Check. Check. Good evening, everyone. I'm lead forecaster Peyton Sanders here in the Cirrus Weather Lab, tracking some severe storms, widespread severe storms across central Kansas this evening. We have a tornado warning right now for Barton County. Great Bend is included within this warning. Let's take a closer look at this storm right now. This is a tornado warning that has been issued just a short while ago, and then again that is for Barton County until 7:15. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado just 5 miles southwest of Great Bend, moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. We're going to be looking at that as the main threat. The tornado, maybe some golf ball size hail here northwest of Dundee, but again the immediate threat for that tornado looks like it's going to be southwest of Dundee, east of Pawnee Rock and Great Bend. You are within the zone of this possible tornado. Let me circle here for you the rotation on this storm, and as I put that, you can see as we put that to the northeast, that's going to be a very close call for Great Bend. So if you are in the city of Great Bend, you need to be taking your tornado precautions at this time. There has not been any confirmed reports of tornadoes, but however the radar is indicating rotation, as you can see there, and the possible tornado continuing to push off to the north and east. So Great Bend, again, you need to be taking shelter at this point in time. Remember, you need to get to the lowest level of your home as possible. Okay, we just got in a new tornado warning now, also for Edwards and Pawnee County. We'll take a look at that here in just a moment. But again, if you are in a tornado warning this evening, you need to be taking shelter down the lowest level of your home as possible, away from windows. A basement's going to be the best place to be. If you don't have a basement, get down to the lowest level of your home as possible, again, away from windows. A bathroom or closet is going to be your best place. Cover yourself with blankets and pillows, and always wear your shoes to your shelter. If these tornadoes do touch down and they do cause damage, you're going to need to be wearing your shoes after the tornado moves through. So again, we just got in a new tornado warning now for, let me get the details on that, a little bit farther to the south and west here on this other storm across Edwards County. This is a tornado warning for northern Edwards County as well as south central Pawnee County until 7:15. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Ofrell, moving off to the northeast at 30 miles per hour. Again, this is a radar indicated tornado. It's going to be near Kinsley around 6:55, so just about 7 minutes on this, as well as Lewis at around 7:10. But again, that sort of hook right there is where we're going to be looking at the most likely location of this possible tornado, and that is moving very close to Kinsley at this point in time. So if you're in the town of Kinsley, you need to be taking shelter, and later, in fact, Lewis as well. Again, you need to be getting to the lowest level of your home as possible, away from windows. So again, we're continuing to track the severe weather across central Kansas this evening. 2 tornado warnings in effect. Let's back out to a statewide view and show you what's happening. We have storms from north central into portions of central and southwest Kansas with 2 tornado warned storms right now. One is affecting Great Bend and the other the Kinsley area. So again, we're tracking 2 possible tornadoes at this time. The National Weather Service has not confirmed any, but there is substantial rotation on radar, and that is why we are concerned about these storms, and we're sticking with you here this evening. Let's go back to the Barton County storm and show you, if you're just joining us, we have the tornado warning remaining in effect for central Barton County. That goes until let's see, let me get the time on that there. That goes until 7:15, so another 25 minutes left on that warning. Let's take a look at the rotation with this storm now with an updated radar sweep, and as I circle the broad general area of where the possible tornado is going to be, it's going to be somewhere within that region, and as it moves off to the north and east, that's going to be a very close call for the town of Great Bend. So if you're in the city limits of Great Bend and much of Barton County, as well as the Heiser area on up toward Hoisington, you need to be taking shelter at this point in time. This also does include U.S. Highway 281, as well as we head toward U.S. 56. all included within this tornado warning. Again, the most likely location of the possible tornado right now, just east of Dundee, moving off to the northeast toward Great Bend. You need to be in shelter in all of those locations. Again, the lowest level of your home as possible, away from windows. Basement is going to be the best place to be. If you don't have a basement, you need to, again, get the lowest level of your home, away from windows. Best place to be is going to be in a bathroom or closet. We also do have another tornado warning that is in effect for portions of, or for Edwards and Pawnee County until 7:15. Kinsley is in the immediate impact zone of this possible tornado. Let me switch on over here to the Dodge City radar site, as that's a little bit closer to this storm than the Wichita radar site right now. And as we continue to track this here, we'll let the radar load on that there. But again, based off of this picture, let me go ahead and erase my annotations there. Probably the tornado most likely going to be near Kinsley right now. It's very imminent that it is going to be in the town of Kinsley here within the next few moments. If you're in Kinsley, the northern sections of Edwards County, this is a tornado warning again that continues until 7:15. So we're keeping it with you right now as we continue live streaming continuous coverage on these storms right now. If you're elsewhere across the state right now, let me back out the view, and you can see any of those boxes in yellow. Those are severe thunderstorm warnings. We're keeping an eye on those carefully as well, mainly a threat for some large hail and damaging winds. Overall, the tornado threat is most imminent within these two tornado warnings that we have. However, the atmosphere, especially as we head here past 7 o'clock and toward the 9 o'clock hour, between 7 and 9, there could be a little bit greater of a tornado risk with these storms, especially if they can remain discreet, if they can remain out by themselves away from other storms. So that's why we're going to continue to keep an eye on things carefully, and which is why the county shaded in solid red are under a tornado watch. That goes until 10 p.m. tonight. And if these storms can form into a line, we'll likely be looking at more watches further east, with the threat for some significant damaging winds and large hail later on this evening. But again, that's going to be later on tonight, and right now the immediate threat is going to be for these two storms that have the tornado warnings on them. Let's head back to the storm around the Kinsley area and take a little bit more detailed look at the rotation now. We're kind of in a bad spot here on the radar, so I'm going to use this more as our guide as to where it's going to be. We have our inflow coming into the storm right in here, and as we kind of take a look at it, it's going to be sort of a broad area of rotation. Again, we're in a bad spot on the radar here, but sort of a broad area of rotation right around the Kinsley area, continuing to push off to the north and east. So nonetheless, if you are in the city of Kinsley, points further east toward Lewis and Garfield, you need to be taking your tornado precautions at this time. This does include US 50 as well as US 56. In fact, let me go ahead and put those on there for you. You can see US 50 there, on up toward US 56 a little bit farther north, as well as US 183, some of the major highways that are going to be in the impact zone of this tornado, and even further up here in the northern portions, again, that's still US 183, so around Garfield, Lewis, Kinsley, even US 183, US 50, US 56, all under the gun here across the northern portions of Edwards County. I'm continuing to monitor things behind the scenes here, and we have not had any confirmed reports of tornadoes at this time, but the rotation within this storm based off Doppler radar is enough for us to be concerned of a tornado threat. So again, Kinsley, Garfield, Lewis, the northern portions of Edwards County, and the southwestern portions of Pawnee County need to be taking your tornado precautions at this time. A little bit farther to the north and east, a tornado warning continues for central Barton County. This is including the city of Great Bend. In fact, as we take a look at the rotation within this storm right now, again, we're in a bad spot on that radar. Allow me to switch on over here to the Wichita radar site, and we can get a little bit better scan of this storm. For now, I'll switch on over to this mode here. And you can see that the cell in question here is in the central portions of Barton County. This is going to be our most likely area of that tornado, just east of Dundee. And as we put it into motion, you can see it's moving northeasterly right toward Great Bend right now. So if you are in the town of Great Bend, again, you need to be taking shelter right now. This is rotation based on Doppler radar that this storm could be producing a tornado right now. And in fact, as we take a look at the rotation within this storm, you can see it's still right in that region just east of Dundee, and it continues to move off to the north and east. So again, it's going to be a close call for the Great Bend area, so you need to be taking shelter immediately. Again, the basement is the best place to be. If you don't have a basement, you need to get to the lowest level of your home as possible, away from windows, into a bathroom or a closet. Wear your shoes to your shelter. Cover yourself with blankets and pillows to protect yourself from flying debris. So the tornado warning does continue for Edwards and Pawnee County until 7:15. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Kinsley, moving off to the northeast at 30 miles per hour. Let's head back to that storm right now. Again, the most likely location of that possible tornado is right where you see that notch, just around or slightly north of Kinsley, just sort of a broad area of rotation here. Again, if you're tuning in earlier, again, it's a sort of bad spot on the radar for us here. But if we put that off to the north and east in that general track, again, that's going to be affecting the Lewis area on up toward Garfield, all under the gun for this possible tornado. But again, the good news is we haven't had any confirmed reports, but again, based on Doppler radar, you need to be taking this seriously. There's enough indications of the rotation on Doppler radar that the storm could produce a tornado at any point in time. Other storms across central Kansas are just severe thunderstorm warned, mainly a threat for some large hail and damaging winds. We are not really looking at any immediate tornado threat with any of those storms. However, the atmosphere across central Kansas, especially as we head on here toward the next couple of hours, is going to be looking at an increasing threat for a tornado potential, with storms that can remain discrete. So if they can remain out by themselves and don't have to share all these ingredients to say with other storms around them, those will be the storms that will have the most likelihood to see tornadoes as we continue on here into the next few hours across central Kansas. Now, that is also why a tornado watch is remaining in effect for the solid counties, the solid shades of red, all those counties under a tornado watch until 10 p.m. Conditions favorable for severe thunderstorms with very large hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes. Let's head back to Barton County right now and show you that storm. This is not good, folks. As we take a look at the updated scan and the radar, the Wichita radar site is off to the south and east, so it's way down there in the southeast of this location. So as we dissect this, the green colors are going toward the radar right now in Wichita, and the red colors going away from the radar. And where we see those two meet up, that's our most likely location of that possible tornado, and that's putting it pretty much right over the town of Great Bend as we speak. And as we take a look here, you can see that notch, in fact, is right over Great Bend. So Great Bend, now's your time. If you're not in shelter, you need to be now. If there is a tornado on the ground, it's likely within the city right now across south central Barton County and moving off to the north and east. So again, Great Bend, anywhere within the city, you need to be in shelter, as well as central Barton County on up toward Hoisington. Claflin, you're not in the warning. Odin, you're not in the warning at this point. And as we put this into motion, you can see it's continuing to push northeastward. Great Bend still under the gun for this tornado. If it is on the ground at this point in time, we're going to continue to keep a very close eye on that storm. And there's also a large hail threat with this. In fact, we just had a report of quarter-sized hail in Barton County, 5 miles south of Hoisington. So we put that south 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that's going to be right in that general region where you see those shades of white. Just had an estimated report of some 1-inch hail, some quarter-sized hail across central Barton County. So again, this storm continues to push off to the northeast. Great Bend, the town of Great Bend, you need to be in shelter as we speak. This tornado, if it is on the ground, is likely right over your location at this point in time. Let's head back to the storm that's affecting Edwards County into the southwestern portions of Pawnee County right now. We're continuing to track this storm with the potential for a tornado around or slightly north of Kinsley, moving off to the east-northeast or so. Garfield and Lewis, you are under this warning, as well as the rural portions of northern Edwards County into the southwestern portions of Pawnee County at this time. Again, if you're under these tornado warnings, you need to be heading to your tornado safe places. In the basement, that's going to be the best place to go, or your storm cellar if you have one. If you don't have either one of those, you need to get to the lowest level of your home as possible, and preferably in the center away from windows. You need to get into a bathroom, a closet, under the stairwell, under something sturdy, where bring blankets and pillows, cover yourself from any potentially flying debris, and wear your shoes to your shelter. All a good idea to do all of that. So let's go ahead and back out the view across the state and show you what's happening. As that loads up, we'll come back here. We do have plenty of storms that continue from central Kansas on down into portions of as far southwest as just north of Dodge City. Let's head back here and show you what's going on as we zoom in on the radar scope here. Again, if we're not talking about your storm right now, the main threat's going to be some large hail and damaging winds. No immediate tornado threat, but as I continue to mention, the atmosphere, especially here at 7 o'clock and past this time frame, if these storms can remain discrete, if they can remain by themselves, those storms will have the best potential for producing a tornado. And then if these storms can form into a line, then we'd be looking more at a threat for some enhanced damaging wind gusts, perhaps up to 80 miles per hour, as well as the very large hail threat continuing, and maybe an isolated spin-up tornado. But again, that's if those storms form into a line here later this evening, which at this point they're still semi-discrete, still sort of out in the open from each other, and this is why we're continuing to track this tornado threat here this evening. Let's come back here to Barton County and just give an update as to what's happening. We haven't had an updated radar sweep. That should come in about a minute or so. So let's head back to the Edwards and Pawnee County storm. Right now you can see the tornado threat now looks like it would be east of Kinsley, so that puts Lewis in line for this possible tornado now, as well as Garfield. So Kinsley, it looks like the immediate threat is now east of you. Garfield and Lewis, you still need to be in your tornado shelters. If you're in Kinsley, I would remain in your shelters as well for the time being. You're not yet completely trimmed from the warning. We just want to keep it safe just in case here, in case something redevelops on the backside. But at this point, the most imminent threat looks like it's going to be just east of Kinsley and east-northeastward. Lewis and Garfield, the towns of Lewis and Garfield are both under the gun for this possible tornado as it continues to push off to the east-northeast or as we speak. So again, that's what we're watching. Also tracking that other tornado warned storm around Great Bend. You can see both of these in central Kansas from the northern portions again of Edwards County through Pawnee County, and then another storm in Great Bend. The storm that's currently affecting Great Bend did have a history of producing a tornado. In fact, it did put down one for a brief period of time earlier in Pawnee County, southwest of Larned, and that continues to push off to the north and east. So as I continue to say, the atmosphere is favorable for the development of tornadoes if these storms can remain discrete and by themselves, out from the open from each other. But if these storms continue to cluster up, the threat would mainly turn to some damaging winds, some hail, as well as very heavy rainfall through central Kansas. So the county shaded in solid red. We continue with a tornado watch that is in effect p.m. Central Time. Again, the threat is going to exist for some very large hail to 2 inches in diameter or greater, as well as damaging winds. And again, can't rule out some tornadoes here in the next few hours. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Barton, Ellsworth, and Rice counties, with the main threat again for some large hail damaging winds. Let's take a look at that storm here just momentarily, since it is a new warning right now, and you can see it is for this storm that's getting ready to again move into the southeastern portions of Barton County, into the western portions of Rice County, and the southwestern portions of Ellsworth County. So again, that storm is going to be affecting the southeast side of Barton County, southeast of Great Bend, with a threat for some hail and damaging winds. The tornado threat right now is in central Barton County, right over the city of Great Bend, and it does continue to move off to the north and east. In fact, as we take a look at the updated scan of the radar, we're again still sort of in a bad spot, but looking at other products here behind the scenes, it does look like that would be the most likely location of this possible tornado as it continues to move off to the north and east. So it looks like it is just currently northeast of Great Bend at this point in time, and in fact, okay, that's for the other storm, okay, the tornado warning has been canceled for Edwards and Pawnee County, so we'll take a look at that here in just a moment. So the tornado warning does continue here for Barton County, Again, I've circled on there the most likely location of this possible tornado. Great Bend, still need to remain in your shelter. This is still too close, but Hoisington for sure need to remain in your shelter. Claflin, you need to start thinking about it. You're not in the warning yet, but if this tornado or if this rotation does remain at its current strength, you could be next under a new warning. Again, this tornado warning remains in effect till 7:15, so another 10 minutes. So within the next 10 minutes or so, we should find out if the Weather Service will issue a new tornado warning for points a little bit farther to the north, and so we'll continue to keep a very close eye on that storm. As I mentioned, the tornado warning that was previously in effect for Edwards and Pawnee County has been canceled. Again, as I continued to mention earlier, the area of rotation looked rather broad, so doesn't look quite as strong of rotation signatures as we were looking at earlier. So again, the tornado warning for Edwards and Pawnee counties has been canceled. If you're in shelter, you have the all clear to come out at this point in time. You could still be looking at a threat for some damaging winds and some large hail right now across Pawnee County. It looks like is now the main threat area for that at this point in time. Across central Kansas now is actually where we're just looking at the only severe weather threat is with this cluster of storms right through central Kansas. If we're not talking about your storm right now, the main threats are going to be some large hail, and in fact, now that threat is a little bit further east of Great Bend, we're going to go ahead and take a look at some of these other storms right now that are not tornado warned, just some severe thunderstorm warnings. So we'll work our way from west to east right now. We'll start out with the severe thunderstorm warning that was remaining in effect for north central Ford and eastern Hodgman counties until 7:45. The severe thunderstorm moving off to the northeast at 35 miles per hour is going to be capable of some 60-mile-per-hour winds and some quarter-size hail. A little bit further to the northeast, this a little bit smaller warning that we have in place that remains in effect until 7:15, and it is for northwestern Edwards and east central Hodgman County. Some golf ball size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, although that may have been earlier for the storm that has now moved into Pawnee County at this point in time. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on those storms. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning here a little bit farther northeast. Give me a moment. Is this a new warning? That may have been there, but let's go ahead and take a look at this one. This is the one that is also for central Barton County, mainly a hail and wind threat, in addition to that tornado threat there just northeast of Great Bend. And then the farthest east, we have a severe thunderstorm warning here that is in effect for southeastern Barton County, as well as the southwestern portions of Ellsworth and western Rice counties. That goes till 7:45. The storm moving off to the northeast at 45 miles per hour is going to be capable of some golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So Ellenwood, Chase, Lyons, into the western portions of Lyon County, southeastern portions of Barton County, going to be under the gun for some of that hail and winds. Farther north and north central Kansas, we're tracking some more showers and storms right now. Some of these storms, especially along the Kansas-Nebraska line, could be producing some small hail and gusty winds. Any of the tornado warnings are up there in Nebraska just north of the Kansas-Nebraska state line, and for the county shaded in solid red, that's where we're tracking a tornado watch that remains in effect until 10 p.m. Central Time this evening. And again, as we continue on through the next few hours, if these storms can remain semi-discrete, so if, again, it's sort of out by themselves, that's where we're going to be looking at more of the greatest threat for a tornado. But it does look like they're starting to cluster together, and if that does continue to occur and they grow a little bit more into a better line, that's when we could be looking at threat transition to more of some damaging winds. In fact, they could be enhanced damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour, as well as some very large hail threat continuing, and that's when the tornado threat would diminish slightly, mainly more to just some isolated tornadoes, maybe spinning up within that line, or if we can get a cell on the southernmost portion of the line to remain sort of discrete, that's when we could also be looking at a tornado threat as well. And if that does occur, we may potentially be looking at more watches further east across portions of eastern Kansas later on tonight, but that wouldn't occur for another couple hours or so. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that. For now, let's head back to the tornado warning that's still in effect for central Barton County. Let's take a look at the rotation within this storm. The tornado threat now well northeast of Great Bend, and now more immediately heading toward Claflin and Odin. Although you're not currently under a tornado warning, it still looks like, again, we're still in that sort of bad spot on the radar. It still looks like, let me actually just go ahead and switch on over to this product then. Looks like the most likely location of that possible tornado now is going to be across the east central portions of Barton County, moving northeastward. Again, Odin and Claflin, you're not yet under this warning, although if this continues to move northeastward, I wouldn't be surprised, and if this rotational signature does continue, to see a new tornado warning here. In fact, this tornado warning that's currently in effect set to expire in about 5 minutes. It goes until 7:15, so we should find out here soon if the Weather Service will issue a new tornado warning farther northeast toward the Odin, Claflin, probably towards the Hitchman area and Holyrood. But at this point, we're just going to have to continue to await the word from the Weather Service at this point. But again, Great Bend, as well as Dundee, Heiser, Pawnee Rock, you're all safe, all clear to come out of your tornado shelters at this point in time. The threat is now transitioning to the east central portions of Barton County, farther northeast, potentially affecting northeastern Barton County here within the next few moments. Again, if we're not talking about your storm continuously, that means the main threat's going to be some large hail and gusty winds here as we continue on into the evening hours. But again, let's see here. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Edwards, Ford, Hodgman, and Pawnee counties. Let's go ahead and head to that storm right now. Let's switch on back over to this version of Storm View Radar. And let's take a look. Severe thunderstorm warning issued again for Edwards, Ford, Hodgman, and Pawnee counties till 8:15. Severe thunderstorm near Spearville is moving off to the northeast at 25 miles per hour. And here you can see that, the warning just popping up there. Again, moving off to the north and east. So that means areas around Spearville, up toward the Kinsley and Lewis area, you are now under this warning. Again, mainly a threat for some hail up to around up to around $half size and some damaging winds to around 70 miles per hour, so a little bit more enhanced damaging wind risk there as we head in again to the portions of Edwards, Ford, Hodgman, and Pawnee counties, a severe thunderstorm warning until 8:15 p.m. Let's take a look here to central Kansas, where we have all of our severe thunderstorms at this point, all of them, or at least that are severe. We're tracking more storms on into portions of north central Kansas. These storms across the southeastern portion of Ellis County, they aren't severe, maybe not even strong at this point, just some heavy rain and some occasional cloud-to-ground lightning as we put that into motion. That continues to push off to the south and east, so maybe the portions of Hayes area getting in on a little bit of moderate to heavy rainfall here in a little bit. And then for sure the southeastern portions of Ellis County, again, Hayes will continue to monitor you carefully here. County shaded in solid red under a tornado watch until 10 p.m. Central Time, with the threat continuing for some very large hail, over 2 inches in diameter, up to tennis ball size perhaps, as well as some damaging winds to 70 miles per hour. That threat could be increasing up to 80 miles per hour as these storms possibly form into a line, as well as that tornado risk as we continue on here into the next few hours. Let's head on back to that storm across Barton County. We have just about 2 minutes until we see what the Weather Service is going to do regarding that storm, to see, regarding whether they will issue a new tornado warning or not for areas farther to the north and east. For now, we'll continue to keep an eye on it. We're still awaiting an updated radar sweep to come in here. That should come in within the next minute or so. Pawnee County, earlier we had a report of some 1-inch hail, so some quarter-size hail 7 miles south of Roselle. Again, that's with that severe storm again across Pawnee County right now. Could be affecting Larned here in just a few minutes, about 15 minutes or so, I should say. So we're continuing to monitor those storms right now. Let's head back to Barton County and show you that tornado warning storm still in effect. We have another minute left to go, so we'll just kind of sit here and wait and see what the Weather Service is going to do with that storm as we await it here. Again, just another minute until that tornado warning is set to expire. Let me see if I didn't miss something here. And there hasn't been something put out from the Weather Service at this point, so we will await that for the time being here. But again, in fact, that's just dropping off there, but there may be a little lapse in time here. So we'll give it another minute or so to see what they do with that. But nonetheless, a large hail threat going to be continuing here for the east central and northeast portions of Barton County on up toward Claflin, east of Hoisington, along the northeastern portions of Barton County. All this activity is continuing to push off to the north and east this evening. You can see earlier this afternoon, storms formed very rapidly along this cold front across central Kansas, and they've sort of been now more confined into portions of central Kansas. In fact, a tornado was on the ground in Pawnee County a little while ago, and then looks like now there's a little bit more, two clusters of storms that are in place, one across central Kansas where we have all the severe thunderstorm warnings, and north central Kansas will continue to keep an eye on things, but the imminent severe threat there has moved off into south central and southeastern Nebraska. So no word from the Weather Service on this storm for Barton County. Let me see here, I still don't see an updated radar sweep. What time was this at? Let me check my other sources here behind the scenes and see if that is the most current sweep of the radar, and we aren't having some data problem here. 7:15, and that is and that says 7:07 is when this sweep came in. So again, it's been a couple minutes now, so at this point, the tornado warning for Barton County has been allowed to expire. We may be getting a radar sweep here within the next couple of seconds just to kind of confirm that the rotation has diminished. And still awaiting that there. Let me check the other source here. We're sort of in that hole in the radar sites here because, again, we're in that bad spot in the radar in terms of checking this rotation right now for Barton County, but radar program says it's downloading the data. So nonetheless, it looks like at this point the tornado warning has been let's see here, this may be, yeah, this is a new severe thunderstorm warning for portions of there's the new radar sweep just coming in as well. Again, we're in that bad spot. New severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued. Let's go ahead and get the latest details on that. Severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued for northeastern Barton, western Ellsworth, southwestern Lincoln, and southeastern Russell counties until 8 p.m. Severe thunderstorm 6 miles west of Claflin, moving off to the northeast at 45 miles per hour, is going to be capable of some ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. The Weather Service is still continuing to monitor the rotation within this storm, and they are saying that they're keeping a close eye on it at this point in time. But however, the tornado warning has been allowed to expire. But again, you can see the severe thunderstorm warning taking up a larger area now. Northeastern Barton County in that immediate threat for some of that larger hail. Let's see what our radar is estimating our maximum hail size at with that storm. That's saying about 1.75 inches, so radar estimating hail up to golf ball size at this point with that storm across the northeastern portions of Barton County and continuing to push off northeastward into the western portions of Ellsworth County, maybe clipping the far southeastern portions of Russell County, but again, we'll continue to keep an eye on that. So at this point in time, we are tornado warning free. So let's go ahead and head through all these severe thunderstorm warned storms before we take a break from continuous coverage. Let's head on here and start out with this storm northeast of Dodge City. Let's see here, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. We'll take a look at that here in just a moment, but let's take a look at, and we'll work our way from west to east right now and take a look at the latest information on these storms. The southernmost warning here, that is a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect. That goes until around 8:15 p.m. In effect till 8:15 p.m. for the northern portions of Edwards County, northeastern Ford County, southeastern Hodgman County, and south central Pawnee County. That goes again until 8:15. The threat there exists for some 70-mile-per-hour winds and half-dollar size hail. Spearville, off the Offeral area, and Kinsley, as well as Lewis, all under the gun there. A little bit farther to the west, a severe thunderstorm warning does continue until 8 o'clock for the threat for some 60-mile-per-hour winds, or excuse me, 7:45, I should say, for the threat for some 60-mile-per-hour winds and half-dollar size hail there across the far northern portions of Ford County into the eastern portions of Hodgman County. A little bit farther to the east, in anticipation of that same storm, we have a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect until 7:45 as well. That is for northwestern Edwards County, east central Hodgman, Pawnee County, as well as southeastern Rush County, again till 7:45. Golf ball sized hail and some 60-mile-per-hour winds are going to be possible with that storm as it continues to push off to the east-northeast. And as we continue further northeast, we'll take a look at some of these warnings as well. We have the severe thunderstorm warning for central Barton County and the southern portions of Russell County. That was the one that was just issued a short time ago. So Barton County, southern Russell County, new severe thunderstorm warning until 8 p.m. with the threat for some ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. A little bit farther to the north and east, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning again issued a little while ago for northeastern Barton, western Ellsworth, southwestern Lincoln, and southeastern Russell counties till 8 o'clock. Ping pong ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts are going to be possible with that storm as it continues to push off to the north and east. And we have a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Lyon County right now. If I can find the warning on that, let me go ahead and take a look at it here on the other source. This is a severe thunderstorm warning until 7:45 for southeastern Barton, southwestern Ellsworth, and western Rice counties with the threat for some golf ball sized hail and some 60-mile-per-hour winds. So that's our cluster of severe thunderstorm warnings through central Kansas. Any storms farther north in the portions of north central Kansas are not severe. We'll continue to keep a close eye on those. Severe threat continuing across southeast Nebraska. Any tornado warnings just north of the Kansas border now into portions of south central Nebraska at this point in time. Let's put this all into motion in the big picture, and you can see storms formed earlier this afternoon along a cold front from western Kansas down from Meade toward Dodge City and on up toward Hays and Phillipsburg. They've continued to push eastward and sort of developed now into a little cluster through central Kansas, and then sort of a lull in the activity now across north central Kansas. But as we continue on here toward the evening hours, we may see the threat transition more to some enhanced damaging winds, perhaps up to 80 miles per hour. Very large hail threat continuing, and can't quite rule out some isolated spin-up tornadoes within that line if it does develop. For the time being, these storms still are semi-discrete, so they're sort of they're not quite in a line yet. They're sort of still out by themselves. So we still could be looking at that tornado threat continuing here, especially as our low-level jet is going to increase. We're going to get a lot more strengthening and changes in the direction of winds here in these lower levels, which could again increase their tornado threat here over the next couple hours. That would have to occur before these storms form into a line, so we'll continue to keep an eye on things carefully. The counties shaded in solid red are under a tornado watch for that reason. That goes until 10 p.m. this evening. If those storms do form into a line, we'll likely see the threat continue to push eastward through central Kansas, perhaps as far east as eastern Kansas. So we could be looking at more watches coming out there later on tonight. No tornado warnings in effect, so you can take a break from continuing coverage. We'll continue with live streaming radar right here on SiriusWX.net and continue to break in as needed. You're watching live coverage on SiriusWX.net. Keep it right here for the latest severe weather information. Good evening, everyone. Lead forecaster Peyton Sanders here. In the Cirrus Weather Lab, we're tracking severe storms across central Kansas this evening. Let's go ahead and take a look at the latest radar picture. At the current time, you can see that we're continuing to track storms, a cluster of storms through central Kansas right now. No tornado warnings. We did have some earlier, and about an hour or so ago, I believe, we had a tornado touchdown in Pawnee County, but no tornado warnings at this time. However, we are still tracking some slight rotation within these storms. No tornado warnings at this point, but again, we're just continuing to monitor things behind the scenes carefully. Let's go ahead and take a look at these storms across central Kansas, and we'll hit up the warnings from west to east right now. You can see there's several severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect. We'll start with the southwesternmost warning. It's a severe thunderstorm warning for northern Edwards County, northeastern Ford County, southeastern Hodgman County, and south central Pawnee County. That goes until 8:15. A severe thunderstorm near Spearville, moving off to the northeast at 25 miles per hour, is going to be capable of some 70-mile-per-hour winds and some half-dollar size hail, that is, including Kinsley and areas around Lewis. There is some slight rotation within this storm as well, north of Kinsley into the northern portions of Edwards County. That's continuing to push off to the north and east into the southern portions of Pawnee County. So we're going to keep a close eye on that storm as it continues to push off to the north and east. But again, not quite enough evidence to have a tornado warning issued on that storm at this point in time. Let me go ahead and go around these storms right now. There's another severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect farther north on this same storm, and it is a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for northwestern Edwards, Pawnee County, and southeastern Rush County until 8:30. A severe thunderstorm near Sanford, moving off to the northeast at 25 miles per hour, is going to be capable of some 70-mile-per-hour winds and some half-dollar size hail. So that's going to be affecting Roselle, Garfield, and Larned. So we're going to need to be keeping an eye on that storm carefully with the immediate threat for some large hail damaging winds. Again, it is showing some slight signs of rotation, so we'll continue to keep a close eye on that storm. Further to the east here, we have a severe thunderstorm warning that is in place. Let me double check that I have the right warning information here. That is for east central Pawnee County and northern Stafford County till 8:15. Some golf ball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds are going to be possible with that storm as it continues to push off to the east-northeast. So Seward, you're going to be in the most immediate threat for that. And then we have another few severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. This one for central Barton County and southern Russell counties. That goes until 8 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing some golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds continues to push off to the north and east. And then two more severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's go to this northernmost warning that includes the city of Ellsworth. There's a severe thunderstorm warning till 8 p.m. for western Ellsworth, northeastern Barton, and southwestern Lincoln counties, as well as southeastern Russell County. Again, until 8 p.m. The severe thunderstorm moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour is going to be capable of some ping-pong ball-sized hail and damaging winds to 60 miles per hour. We have a severe thunderstorm warning further south in effect for southwestern Ellsworth, southeastern Barton, and western Rice counties till 7:45, so we have another minute left to go on that. We'll see if a new warning is issued. A threat for some hail up to ping-pong ball size and some 60-mile-per-hour winds as that cell moves off to the north and east at 45 miles per hour. It, too, is showing some slight signs of rotation. And you notice all of these that do have the signs of rotation are on the southernmost end of this cluster of storms. So that's sort of the trend that we're going to be seeing here into the next few hours. In fact, conditions are going to become even more favorable for tornadoes the later on that we go here this evening, if they can remain semi-discreet, if they can remain out by themselves. So you can see this cell across northern Lyons County is by itself for this time at this point in time, as well as this one just about to move into northwestern Stafford County. So we're going to keep an eye on things carefully. No tornado warnings at the current time. However, again, conditions are favorable for tornadoes here across central Kansas. And in fact, we do have a a tornado watch that is in effect for the counties shaded in red there. There's actually two different watches. However, at this point, the threats with them are going to be both the same. They both go till 10 p.m. It includes Hayes, Salina, on up toward Phillipsburg, and as far southwest as Dodge City, down back toward the Meade area. Again, both of them going till 10 p.m. The text there says some intense tornadoes possible in the north central portions of the state in the northernmost watch area. However, based on radar right now, that most significant risk has now moved off into south central Nebraska. So I think the risk for very intense tornadoes has sort of waned at this point in time across north central Kansas. We're still going to continue, again, as I said, monitor that tornado potential across central Kansas. Now, if you're east of this watch area, you've been monitoring our forecast, you know that you're in the elevated risk of severe weather. You may be wondering when the storms are going to get near you. Well, I was just looking at some behind the scenes information, and it does look like these storms are going to continue, and they're going to likely be forming into a line here. Let me actually toss you back to the radar picture right now. And it looks like these storms through central Kansas are likely going to be forming into a line here within the next hour or two, and they could be actually, this line could actually intensify a little bit farther to the south and west, and a little bit farther to the north as well. So that would continue to push eastward into central Kansas, affecting Wichita later on tonight, as far east as Manhattan as well. We're going to continue to monitor things as those storms move. If those storms do form more into a line, the threat's going to transition more to a damaging outflow wind risk, perhaps up to 80 miles per hour, as well as some very large hail threat continuing, and then the tornado threat wouldn't be as great. However, we couldn't rule out some isolated spin-up, weak, brief tornadoes, and maybe if we can still have some semi-discrete cells on the southern end of the line, maybe the tornado risk continuing for portions of southwest and south central Kansas. However, that's just something that we're going to have to continue to keep an eye on and see what happens as these storms continue to develop this evening. So again, we continue to track these storms through central Kansas. Before we take a break, let me hit you up on the new warning that was just issued for southwestern Ellsworth County, as well as northwestern McPherson, northern Rice, and southwestern Saline counties. This is that severe thunderstorm capable of producing some ping-pong ball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. It is moving off to the north and east toward Geneseo, and could be affecting Brookville within the next about the next hour or so if it remains at its current intensity. So one more time, tornado watch remaining in effect for central Kansas through 10 p.m. Wouldn't be surprised to see more watches issued later on tonight in the next hour or two for areas further east, probably including Wichita, further east toward Manhattan, as far east as Topeka and Emporia possibly. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on things carefully. So again, you're watching live coverage on SiriusWX.net. Also follow us on Facebook at facebook.com/SiriusWeather and on Twitter at SiriusWX. The links for those are both above me right here on your screen. So be sure and follow us there for the latest coverage as well. And of course, keep it with us right here on SiriusWX.net. I'm lead forecaster Peyton Sanders. Will continue to keep you updated. So we continue with several severe thunderstorm warnings across central Kansas right now. Just monitoring things behind the scenes here. And just turn on the live audio, that way we don't have to break in. I can just get the latest information out right away here. But some of these storms still showing some slight signs of rotation. But not enough at this point to have any tornado warnings. The Weather Service is monitoring these carefully, and so are we, so we'll continue to keep an eye on it. Looks like there's something interesting going on with that storm in northern Stafford County. Keep an eye on that carefully. In terms of rotation, that is, across the northeastern section of the county, but the Weather Service keeping a close eye on that too. That's probably gonna be the one that we're gonna have to keep the closest eye on here. Let's see. Just got a report of some golf ball size hail in the city of Great Bend. That was at 7:53. Train spotter reporting some hail around ping pong ball size in Stafford County, 8 miles east-northeast of Seward. Severe thunderstorm warning continuing for Barton, Ellsworth, Rice, and Russell counties till 8:45. Hail up to, what's that, tennis ball size going to be with that storm. As that continues to push off to northeast, 60-mile-per-hour winds also possible as well. Severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled for Edwards, Pawnee, and Rush counties. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Ellsworth, McPherson, Rice, and Saline counties until 8:45. Severe thunderstorm near Kannapolis State Park, moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour, is going to be capable of some hail to ping pong ball size and 60-mile-per-hour winds, and we're also continuing to monitor some rotation within that storm as I'm looking at things behind the scenes, but not quite enough there to have a tornado warning on that storm at this point in time. But again, something we'll continue to keep a very close eye on. Severe thunderstorm warning is expired for Edwards and Pawnee County. Severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled for Ford County. That storm has moved out of the county, so that's why it has been canceled, but it does continue for the southern portions of Edwards and much of Kiowa County here this evening. Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Rice County until 8:45. Severe thunderstorm near Raymond moving to the east at 35 miles per hour. Going to be capable of some golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is another storm that we're watching for some possible rotation, so we'll continue to keep a close eye on that one. Great Bend Amateur Radio just reported some measured 2-inch diameter hail, so around hen egg size or lime size. 2-inch hail in Great Bend. That was at 7:55, so actually about 20 minutes ago. In Kiowa County, town of Mullinville had a report just now some 1-inch hail, so quarter size in Mullinville. Severe thunderstorm warning just canceled for Russell County, but it does continue for Barton, Ellsworth, and Rice counties till 8:45. That's that storm that could be producing hail up to tennis ball size and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Good evening, everyone. Lead forecaster Peyton Sanders here. In the Cirrus Weather Lab, we're tracking severe storms across central Kansas this evening. Let's take a look at them in a little bit more detail now on the radar picture, as you'll see here. Through central Kansas, we do have quite a few severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect. Let's take a look at these right now. We'll start out with the southwesternmost warnings. We've seen these storms begin to back build across portions of southwestern Kansas. Let's go there right now and take a look at some of these warnings. Storms getting ready to move toward Greensburg and later further east toward Trousdale. Let's take a look at this severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for southern Edwards and Kiowa counties until 8:45. This storm moving eastward at 40 miles per hour is going to be capable of some golf ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to be including Greensburg within that warning, as well as the Haviland, Mullinville area. Again, that continues to push off to the east toward those locations, as well as Trousdale. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that storm. A little bit further to the north, we have another severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect until 9 o'clock. That's for east central Edwards, eastern Pawnee, and most of Stafford County. That goes until, again, 9 p.m. Some 70-mile-per-hour winds and half-dollar size hail going to be possible with that storm. That's going to be affecting the Maxville, Seward, and Stafford areas here shortly. Moving off to the north and east, we have a little bit, some clusters of severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's start out with this severe thunderstorm warning that is for Lyon County, this for Rice County until 8:45. Severe thunderstorm moving to the east at 35 miles per hour is going to be capable of some golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So Alden, Chase, Sterling, Lyons, Little River, and Silica all going to be impacted by that storm. It is still showing some slight signs of rotation there across far southern far southern Barton County into the northern portions of Stafford County and getting ready to push into the far western portions of Rice County right now, but not enough there to have a tornado warning at this point in time. We'll continue to keep a close eye on it, as will the National Weather Service as that gets ready to cross over into the Wichita Weather Service responsibility area. A little bit farther north and east, this severe thunderstorm approaching Brookville. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Ellsworth, northwestern McPherson, and northern Rice County, as well as southwestern Saline County until 8:45. This severe thunderstorm moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour is going to be capable of some ping pong ball sized hail and some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Severe thunderstorm warning here for the northwest affecting the Ellsworth area. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for Ellsworth, Barton, and northwestern Rice counties till 8:45. This is the strongest storm right now. It's going to be capable of some tennis ball sized hail and winds to 60 miles per hour. So Ellsworth, get ready to hunker down. We've got some very large hail on the way. In fact, let's take a look at what the radar is estimating that. Not quite tennis ball size, but that's something we'll continue to keep an eye on. In fact, some of these storms a little bit farther to the south and west may be producing a little bit larger hail than that storm is across Ellsworth County. So that's what we're watching right now. Let's take a view across the state and show you what's going on. You can see that cluster of storms through central Kansas right now has all of our severe thunderstorm warnings. We're talking some more showers and areas of moderate to heavy rain and some thunder at times across north central Kansas. These storms are not severe, probably not even really strong either, but it could be producing some occasional lightning as well as some, again, moderate to heavy rainfall. We'll continue to keep an eye on those storms carefully and see if they can become strong or severe. We're looking at more storms developing out further south into western Oklahoma. Those probably aren't going to be affecting us. A new severe thunderstorm watch has just been posted for the county shaded in yellow there. Still continuing to watch things behind the scenes, and it does look like that these storms are going to form into a line within the next couple of hours and push eastward, and they are back building here a little bit down into Kiowa County, and that will move eastward. So within the next hour or so, I would not be surprised to see a new watch issued further east. Probably would include Wichita, probably as far east as possibly Emporia, and maybe as far east as Topeka. We'll continue to keep an eye on things. Still haven't had any word from the Storm Prediction Center as to the possibility of that watch issuance, but if these storms can remain at their current intensity as they move eastward, wouldn't be surprised to see a new watch issued, with the threat transitioning more to some enhanced damaging wind gusts, as well as some large hail threat continuing, and maybe an isolated weak brief spin-up tornado possible within that line. So again, we'll continue to monitor all of that, and we'll continue to keep you posted. You can follow us on Facebook, facebook.com/SiriusWeather, and on Twitter at SiriusWX for the latest coverage as well. You're watching live coverage right here on SiriusWX.net. Keep it with us. We'll continue to keep you up to date. evening, everyone. I'm lead forecaster Peyton Sanders here in the Cirrus Weather Lab live in Wichita. We're continuing to track severe storms across central Kansas right now. Got some new information for you. Let's go ahead and take a look at the radar picture first. Here up to the current time, you can see we're continuing to track storms through central Kansas, and you can see, as we are continuing to mention, they have now started to form into a line, which means some good news. The severe threat now looks like it's going to be more of a damaging wind threat rather than a tornado threat. So let's go ahead and take a look at the severe thunderstorm warnings that we have in place first, and we'll kind of talk about how this is going to evolve over the next few hours. Let's start out on the southernmost portion of this line. We have a newly issued severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect. It goes till 9:45, and it is in effect here for several counties. Let me get the latest list on it here for you. That is in effect for Barber County, northeastern Comanche County, southeastern Edwards County, eastern Kiowa County, and Pratt County, as well as southern Stafford counties until 9:45. This line of severe storms continues to push off to the east and is going to be capable of some golf ball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So areas east of Greensburg now, Pratt and Medicine Lodge, going to be impacted here within the next within the next 45 minutes or so. Sun City up toward Byers and Sawyer, all under the gun for this large hail and damaging winds as that line continues to progress eastward. A little bit further north in this line, we'll take a look at this severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect for Stafford County. Let me go ahead and get the latest information on that. That is a severe thunderstorm warning that does continue for Stafford County until 9 p.m. A severe thunderstorm 8 miles east of Hudson, moving off to the east at 35 miles per hour. It's going to be capable of some 70-mile-per-hour winds and some half-dollar sized hail. But it looks like that threat is now going to be pushing even further east, where we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that includes the city of Hutchinson. Severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Barton County, Reno County, and Rice County until 9:30. That line of storms moving eastward is going to be capable of some golf ball sized hail and wind gusts to 60 miles per hour. So Turon, Hutchinson, and Lyons all going to be under the gun for that threat for some large hail damaging winds here over the next little while. Further north, we're tracking a little bit of some cluster of storms that are all severe warned. It's a warning for Ellsworth County, Lincoln County, northwestern McPherson County, northeastern Rice County, as well as Saline County until 9:30. Golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts going to be possible with the storm as it moves off to the north and east at around 45 miles per hour. Putting it up to the current time, you can see that will be affecting Ellsworth, western portions of Salina here within the next little while, so we'll continue to keep an eye on that. You notice these storms are pushing eastward in the far eastern fringes of this tornado watch that is in effect until 10 p.m. So for another hour, just checking in with the Storm Prediction Center, a new watch is likely here for areas east of the current tornado watch. So likely going to be seeing a new watch issued here, and it's probably going to be a severe thunderstorm watch here for areas further east, probably including Wichita, and we'll just have to see how far east that's going to go. But again, we are likely going to be seeing a new watch issued here for areas east of the current watch in place that will go well past 10 p.m. With that threat for now transitioning more into a damaging wind risk, maybe some hail as well, as we're seeing right now. So large hail and the damaging wind risk is going to become the primary threats now as we continue on into the next several hours, and maybe still can't quite rule out an isolated brief tornado or two. But again, the overall threat now transitioning to some damaging winds and hail as these storms now form into a line and push eastward through central Kansas. In fact, as you can see right now, individual cells are moving northeastern, but now as they sort of form into a line, are going to continue to push due eastward through south central and central Kansas here over the next several hours. So that's something that we will continue to keep an eye on. And as I mentioned, a new watch is likely here, likely within the next hour here for areas east of the current tornado watch that goes in effect until 10 p.m. And that is for those counties shaded in solid red. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on this cluster of storms as it pushes eastward through central Kansas. You continue to tune into live streaming radar as well as periodic updates as needed right here on SiriusWX.net. I'm lead forecaster Peyton Sanders. Will continue to keep you updated. Good evening, everyone. Lead forecaster Peyton Sanders here in the Cirrus Weather Lab. We have a tornado warning that has been issued for the southern portions of Pratt County. Let's get right to it right now and show you a look at the radar. It is within this line of storms moving through Pratt County that their radar has indicated some rotation. We've been keeping a close eye on it here over the past little while. Let's go ahead and take a closer look at this storm right now across the southern portions of Pratt County. Let me actually go ahead and see if I can switch on over here to the Dodge City radar site and see if we can get a little better view of this storm. This is a tornado warning that again has been issued for the southern portions of Pratt County. It goes until 9:30. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is near this town of Coates, moving to the east at 25 miles per hour from it, and that's right within that region that we're looking at the rotation and the likelihood of that tornado there just a few miles west of Coates. So if you're in the town of Coates or the rural areas of southern Pratt County west of Sawyer, you need to be taking your tornado precautions at this time. The rotation within this storm has strengthened considerably here within the past few minutes, and we're continuing to be concerned with that threat of the tornado. This threat is well southwest of Pratt, but even a little bit further north, south of Colison. It looks like there may be something trying to go there, so we're going to keep an eye on this storm carefully. In fact, all right, we just got a new tornado warning now for Rice County until 9:30. Let's go ahead and let me erase that here, and let's take a look at that storm now. A tornado warning has been issued. This is another one that we've been monitoring carefully with some rotation, but a tornado warning has just been issued for southeastern Rice County in central Kansas until 9:30. Severe thunderstorm near Sterling, moving to the northeast at 35 miles per hour, is going to be capable of producing this tornado. Sterling, you're in the immediate impact zone. This rotation is just a couple miles west of you, if that. Sterling, you need to be in shelter. Saxman, Lyons, I'd say go ahead and be in shelter as well. Little River, all within the impact zone of this storm. South central and southeastern portions of of Rice County are under this tornado warning that goes until 9:30. Again, Doppler radar indicated, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't take this seriously. There is enough rotation now on Doppler radar that we are concerned with the potential for a tornado that could go down at any time. So again, that's one tornado warning that has just been issued again for southeastern Rice County until 9:30. You'll be taking shelter in the lowest level of your home as possible, away from windows. The safest place to be is the basement or your storm cellar. If you don't have any one of those, then you need to be getting again to the lowest level of your home as possible. Under something sturdy, under the stairs in the center of your home, in a bathroom or closet. Cover yourself with blankets and pillows. Protect yourself from flying debris if these tornadoes are on the ground. And you also need to be wearing your shoes to your shelter. And again, you're not going to be able to see these if they are on the ground. The sun is down now. It's going to be very dark outside. You're not going to be able to see these if these are on the ground. So don't try and go out and look for them. Don't try and rely on the lightning flashes to try and see these. These are Doppler radar indicated. We have plenty of spotters out here in the field continuing to monitor these as well. But even if they're out there, it's still going to be hard for them to see it. So that may be another reason why we don't have confirmed reports. So don't just take this as it's just Doppler radar indicated. I don't need to take shelter. You need to take shelter because it's dark. It's hard to see these if they are on the ground, and they could spin up at any time. The way these storms are forming more into a line now through central Kansas, that typically is the case. With these embedded tornadoes within the line, they could spin up briefly and produce damage, but they're going to be very hard to see because they're going to be within this line with the heavy rain and hail and the fact that it's nighttime as well. They're going to just be hard to see. So you're going to need to still be taking these warnings seriously. Again, tornado warning for the southern portions of Pratt County as well as the southeastern portions of Rice County. Both of those going until 9:30. Both Doppler radar indicated possible tornadoes here. And as we take a look here at the storm that is in the southern portions of Pratt County, it actually looks like the rotation has weakened here within the past few scans, and that's what we typically see with these lines of storms, these tornadoes embedded within a line. They typically aren't the strongest and they're not the long-lived, but Again, they can spin up for a period of time, and we can see, like we have right now, where the rotation sort of weakens, and then they could pick back up again. So that's just something you need to keep in mind, and pretty much along the entire line of storms is something that you need to keep an eye on here as we continue through the overnight hours. Tornado warning remains in effect for south central Pratt County until 9:30. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Coates is moving off to the east at 25 miles per hour. Again, you're going to need to be keeping a close eye on these storms as they move eastward. In addition to the tornado threat, maybe producing some small hail and gusty winds moving through the Pratt area right now. Through Pratt, you're going to be probably getting in on some gusty winds within the next few moments. However, there is no tornado threat in the town of Pratt, or in the city of Pratt at this point in time. Again, Coates, you are in the zone where if this tornado is on the ground or spinning up, that's where it's going to be, and it's continuing to push eastward just west of Sawyer. So if you're in any of those locations, you need to be in an underground shelter away from windows if you can't get underground. Again, wear your shoes to your shelter, cover yourself with blankets and pillows to protect yourself from flying debris. Let's go ahead and back out and show you, head back to this storm across southeastern Rice County. This tornado warning does remain in effect until 9:30 as well. Let's back out and see if we can take a look at the rotation within this storm as well. I'm going to have to switch on over to the Wichita radar site, as it is much closer to that storm than the one in Dodge City. So allow that to load up for a minute. We can take a look at it on here though. Based off of this, it looks like the most likely location of this tornado is going to be around Sterling, moving northeastward towards Saxman and up toward Little River. Sterling and Saxman most immediately need to be in your tornado shelters at this point in time. Little River, you're also within this warning. You need to be in your shelters as well. However, the immediate impact zone is Saxman and Sterling, and it's right here we get that little inflow notch coming into the storm, and we have some outflow, and that's where we get that rotation there just east of Sterling. Again, continuing to push off to the northeast. So Saxman, it's going to be a close call for you, as well as Sterling. We're going to need to keep a close eye on that as it continues to push off to the north and east, and we'll continue to allow this data to continue to load up and see if we can get a little bit more detailed look at it in terms of the positioning of where the tornado is. Let's back out here, and while that's loading up, we'll show you what's happening through central Kansas right now. Storms have formed into a line, and as we continue to mention here through the evening, if that were to occur, which it has so far, we're going to see a transition to more of a damaging wind and hail threat. But as I mentioned, we still can't rule out some isolated, brief spin-up tornadoes within this line as it continues to progress eastward. Now, we do have this tornado watch. I want to touch on this for just a second. Tornado watch is in effect for these counties shaded in red, solid red, that is, until 10 p.m. This line is going to continue to progress eastward, and we're likely going to be seeing a new watch, probably going to be a severe thunderstorm watch here for portions of central and eastern Kansas. That's going to probably include the Wichita area here. Looks like storms may impact Wichita as early as 10:30, but at 10:30 or later, looks like the storm's going to reach Wichita. Storms through Salina right now. If we're not talking about your storm in particular right now, that means there's not an imminent tornado threat, just a threat for some damaging winds and some hail as this line continues to progress eastward. Let's take a look at that a little bit more detailed look at that storm across southeastern Rice County right now. Let's take a look at the rotation within the storm, and it's more just a broad area of rotation as it typically is with these spin-up tornadoes. However, based off of how these spin-up tornadoes usually go, pretty much right within this region is where we're going to have the most likely location of that possible tornado if it were to spin up. So right around Saxman right now. Saxman, you're probably getting in on some very large hail as well right now. In fact, our radar is estimating maximum hail size with this storm at 3.3 inches. That's about the size of a large apple or so. So we indeed could be looking at some very large hail with this storm as well. On the northern portions of the storm around Saxman, in the central portion of Rice County. But again, I've circled on the most likely location of that possible tornado, and let's see here. All right, that's not for this tornado warning. But again, that's where we're going to be looking at the most likely location of that possible tornado. Let's take a look at the rotation within the storm again. I'll kind of show you. Let me kind of adjust the view here and move it a little bit further down. Let me erase that. And as we take a look here, let me draw this on here for you. This is going to be a line of more of damaging straight line winds that is moving eastward, going to be affecting Hutchinson here within the next half hour or so. And then it's on this northern portion of that. That's typically where we see that spin up of a tornado possible there. So that's what we're monitoring. That's what the Weather Service is monitoring as well. It's not going to be anything very strong or long-lived, but the threat is still there for a spin-up tornado. Spin-up tornadoes can still cause damage, so that's something we're going to need to keep a close eye on as this continues to push eastward. But again, that's going to be more of our tornado threat this evening, is these isolated brief spin-up tornadoes within this line. And in fact, the tornado warning for Pratt County has just been canceled by the National Weather Service in Dodge City. Tornado threat has diminished, and therefore the tornado warning has been canceled, though that severe thunderstorm warning does remain in effect for Pratt County, with a threat for some large hail damaging winds up to 60 to 70 miles per hour. In fact, affecting the Pratt area right now. So for those of you in Coates and Sawyer who are previously under that tornado warning, you have the all clear now to come out of your tornado shelters. The tornado warning has been canceled, though we do continue with that tornado warning again, as I mentioned here, for southeastern Rice County. Main threat's going to be for that brief spin-up tornado. They can still cause damage, so you still need to be taking shelter. Saxman, Little River, eastern portions of Rice County. Sterling, you're in the all clear. The threat is now east of you in terms of that tornado, but again, also going to be getting in on some very large hail with this storm as it continues to move eastward. Let's go ahead and hit on some of these other storms in terms of their severe thunderstorm warnings. We'll start out with the southernmost portion of this line. This is a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for Barber County, northeastern Comanche, southeastern Edwards, eastern Kiowa, Pratt County, and southern Stafford counties till 9:45. This line of storms moving to the east is going to be capable of some golf ball sized hail and damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. Further north along this line, a line of storms moving to the east at 35 miles per hour is affecting the Reno and Rice County areas. That's a severe thunderstorm warning till 9:30, with a threat for some 70 mile per hour wind gusts and hail, the golf ball size, especially there across southeastern Rice County, as we continue to mention. Severe thunderstorm warning including Salina, Lindsborg, Ellsworth, all of those communities. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, and that continues here until 9:30, with a threat for some ping pong ball sized hail and 60 mile per hour winds as that cluster continues to push off to the north and east. Salina probably getting ready to be impacted by those areas just along and south of I-70, and potentially going to be impacting the I-135 area here within the next little while. So again, that's what we're monitoring right now. The severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled for Comanche, Edwards, Kiowa, and Stafford counties. But it does continue for Barber and Pratt counties, and a new statement issued on this is suggesting that winds are now gusting up to 80 miles per hour, in addition to a threat for some golf ball sized hail. So an enhanced damaging wind risk there. Probably affecting Pratt as we speak, about to affect Sawyer. Medicine Lodge also going to be in line for this as this continues to push eastward. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Let's head back here to the tornado warned storm here across southeastern southeastern Rice County. And as we mentioned, see, there's not really any indications of strong rotation or anything too considerable, but it's on this line again. We'll go through this and show you again. This is our line of damaging straight line winds continuing to move eastward. That's going to be affecting areas north of Hutchinson, it looks like, or actually Hutchinson probably going to be impacted by that as well. Willowbrook. But it's within the northern portion of this that there is the possibility still of an isolated, weak, brief spin-up tornado as that continues to push eastward, but the rotation isn't looking quite as good as it did earlier when it was around the Sterling area, so that is good news. But the tornado warning does continue here until 9:30, so another 5 minutes on that. Remain in your shelters if you are east of Saxman at this point in time. That storm continues to push off to the north and east. Little River also need to be remaining in your tornado shelters as well, at least until this storm passes, just to be safe. Again, very large hail going to be another thing with this storm. Our radar is estimating that maximum hail size up to around Let's see, that's going to be around tennis ball size possible, 2-inch hail to tennis ball size hail with this storm, as well as it continues to push off to the northeast. Going to be affecting McPherson County here within the next little while. Probably going to see a severe thunderstorm warning issued here later if the Weather Service doesn't issue a new tornado warning, which I doubt they do, given that the rotational signatures have continued to weaken here within the past few scans. So taking a look here to central Kansas, you can see these storms continuing to move eastward as a line. Again, the threat as we continue on here through the next several hours is going to be more for some damaging winds, perhaps up to 80 miles per hour, as we're seeing there in Pratt and in Barber counties right now. Some very gusty winds, some damaging winds that continue to move eastward. In addition to that hail threat, continuing, it looks like at this point, up to tennis ball size as we are looking at. So large hail damaging winds going to be the primary threats as this line continues to progress eastward tonight. Still can't quite rule out that risk for some isolated spin-up tornadoes within this line as it continues to push off to the east. This tornado watch for the solid counties in red is set to expire in about a half hour at 10 o'clock. A new watch is likely for portions of central and eastern Kansas due to this line that continues to push eastward. I imagine it would likely be a severe thunderstorm watch due to the main threats being some very large hail and some damaging winds. And again, with that isolated brief spin-up tornado possible there. We're also tracking some storms here across northwest Oklahoma. I want to touch on these for a minute. They are moving northeastward and could be affecting areas like Comanche and Barber County later on. They're moving northeastward, so after this line moves through, there is the possibility that some of those could be moving up into that general area as well, maybe posing a risk for some hail and winds. And as that encounters the cold front, those could remain severe, so we'll keep an eye on that. Let me see. I was just checking something on the watch there. It doesn't look like that anything that pertains to us. So that's what we're tracking right now. And another thing that I do want to mention just here really briefly, we're doing severe weather coverage, but we're also going to be looking at some snow across northwest Kansas. In fact, you can already see that developing across eastern Colorado. That could accumulate on some grassy surfaces and trees across far northwestern Kansas. But it looks like most of the snow accumulation is going to remain just west of the Kansas Colorado state line. New severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued. Let's get the latest details on that. Has just been issued for western Harvey County, Kingman County, and Reno County in south central Kansas. And that would be the weather radio. Well, got a lot going on. New tornado warning has just been issued as well for McPherson and Rice counties. A confirmed tornado now has just been confirmed. So this is something that we were monitoring carefully here. Again, this is no longer just radar indicated, but this tornado has been confirmed. Again, this is a tornado warning that has been issued there for, let me get the latest on that, western McPherson and eastern Rice counties until 10 p.m. Let me adjust some things here. All right. A confirmed tornado now 8 miles northeast of Nickerson, moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. The train spotter at 9:20 was reporting this 2 miles north of Sterling in Rice County. Train spotters reported seeing power flashes, so that is likely the reasoning for this tornado report. In fact, let's go ahead and now take a closer look into that storm. You can see the pink polygon indicating that this tornado now has been confirmed on the ground. Let's take a look at the rotation within this storm. And as I mentioned, it's still likely going to be something that's going to be a spin-up tornado. But as I continue to stress, that doesn't mean that you shouldn't be taking shelter, as it has been reported now, just now on the ground, with confirmed reports of power flashes here. Let me double check on that. That was 2 miles north of Sterling, and that was at 9:20. So if we go 2 miles north of Sterling, that's about 1-2 miles right in there. Let's kind of match up the radar time on that, and yeah, that would show that sort of spinning up there right around the Saxman area right now. Could be affecting the southeastern portions of Rice County. So it's just going to be within this general area that we could be looking at a spin up of a tornado that's continuing to push off to the east. So Little River, Conway Conway is now included within this tornado warning. Inman, Elria, the city of McPherson also included. As far north as Marquette, that is where we are looking at the possibility of this, or actually it has now been confirmed on the ground. Again, Train Spotter reporting power flashes with this storm as it continues to push to the east. So likelihood that there is a tornado now on the ground possibly that continues to push off to the north and east. And in fact, as I take a look at things a little bit greater, let me go ahead and erase my annotations there. Let's go ahead and get a little bit more detailed into this. And it actually looks like now the most likely location is going to be right within this region. Let me back out and see if we can get a little bit broader perspective in terms of cities. And with that report earlier came in north of Sterling, 2 miles north of Sterling. So that's around where that tornado report was. In fact, actually, here's where it is on this map, 1 mile southwest of Sterling. Is where our radar is showing, our chat room saying that it was 2 miles north of Sterling. So generally within the Sterling areas where we had that report of the tornado, and based on Doppler radar at this point, I'd say the most likely location of this tornado is going to be there west of Inman, southwest of Conway, south of Windham, moving off to the north and east toward McPherson. So if this does continue, it could be affecting McPherson here within the next half hour or so. Again, this is a tornado warning, and it is in effect until 10 p.m. So McPherson, you need to be hunkering down, getting in your tornado shelters, as well as the Windham, Little River, Conway, and Inman areas, and these most of McPherson County, again, under this tornado warning, as well as the far southeastern portion of Rice County. You can see there's the county line there. The tornado warning is, or the most likely location of this tornado is actually currently across southeastern Rice County. In fact, this radar sweep is a few minutes old, so likely now in the southwestern portions of McPherson County, continuing to push off to the north and east. In addition to this tornado, we're likely going to be looking at some very large hail possible as well. Weather Service saying up to golf ball size hail possible with this storm. Our radar is estimating that the maximum hail size at this point could be getting up to around tennis ball size. So I'd say golf ball size may be a little bit more responsible to say there as that storm continues to push off to the north and east. So again, new tornado warning is in effect. It does include western McPherson County as well as eastern Rice County. That goes until 10 p.m. tonight. Let's go ahead and take a statewide view and show you what's going on. That's our one tornado warning that we do have in effect. This line of storms continue to push eastward with that severe thunderstorm warning now for including Hutchinson, Kingman, the western portions of Harvey County, most of Reno County, and most of Kingman County. As this line continues to push eastward, the threat exists for some damaging winds, 70 to 80 miles per hour. Sorry about that there. 70 to 80 miles per hour, as well as that very large hail threat currently across Pratt County. We do have an active tornado watch that is still in effect until 10 p.m. for the red shaded counties. We're likely going to see a new watch issued here very shortly for areas east of here. I'm going to be including Wichita probably, and we'll have to see exactly how far east that goes. But as we put this into motion, you can see that line of storms through central Kansas is continuing to move eastward. And the threat is going to mainly exist for some very gusty winds, 70 to 80 miles per hour. I should say damaging winds. That's damaging winds, 70 to 80 miles per hour. Very large hail up to tennis ball size, still going to remain a possibility, it seems, as well as that threat for some isolated spin-up tornadoes within this line, as we're seeing right now across southeastern Lyon County, moving into the southwestern portions of McPherson County. So let's head back to that storm that has the tornado warning on it, and again, that's a tornado warning in effect until 10 p.m. As we take a look now, it looks like that rotation is beginning to increase once again. If you were tuning in a little bit earlier, that's what I mentioned. We could be looking at these storms or have the rotation increasing for a little bit and then decreasing and then picking back up again. And in fact, now with the latest radar sweep, it looks like that sort of has diminished there across the southern portion of this. There it was earlier, and there it is now. So, as I mentioned, you still need to be taking shelter. We had reports of power flashes with this storm, which indicates the likelihood of a tornado on the ground. And this continues to push up to the east, and it even looks like some. In fact, well, let me take a look at the radar first. We still could be looking at spin-ups pretty much anywhere along this line across far southeastern Rice County into the southwestern portions of McPherson County as that continues to push off to the north and east. Again, you're not going to be able to see this. We have plenty of chasers out there in the field right now, most of which know what they're doing and what to look for here at night and know how to monitor these storms carefully at a safe distance, especially at night. And so even though they're out there, it is nighttime. It's going to be hard for them even to see these storms. So don't go and try out and see these storms or see this tornado for yourself. You're not going to be able to. It's just going to be too dark. It's likely going to have, especially the northern part, if you're north of this, going to be getting in on some heavy rain and hail first. Before you see this tornado, if it is indeed on the ground. So again, it continues to push off to the north and east. McPherson, as you see there, is included within this warning. Inman, Elrea, Marquette, Lindsborg, all within this tornado warning. Again, this storm continues to move off to the north and east. The most likely location of this tornado just crossing the county line between Rice and McPherson counties and getting ready to move into the southwestern portions of McPherson County, with the tornado could be affecting McPherson here within the next half hour or so. So again, we're continuing to monitor this carefully. Again, it's going to be more of a spin-up deal. It's not going to be anything long tracked, so off and on here, but it has been confirmed on the ground here recently. We had reports of power flashes around the Sterling area about let's see, what time did that report come in? That was at around 9:20, so about 15-20 minutes ago is when we had that last report. So haven't had anything since then, but again, that continues to move off to the north and east, and then the Weather Service in Wichita going to continue to monitor that carefully, as well as us here at the Cirrus Weather Lab. So let's back out across the state and show you again cluster of storms through central Kansas. Let's hit on these severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Since we've spent most of the time talking about that tornado warning, we'll hit on these really quickly. Severe thunderstorm warning here on the southwestern most portion of the line goes until 9:45. Severe thunderstorm warning for Barber and Pratt counties, and again for about another 5 or 10 minutes or so. 80-mile-per-hour winds and golf ball size hail possible with this line as it continues to move eastward, and then further east ahead of this line. Severe thunderstorm warning for western Harvey County, Kingman, and Reno counties until 10:15. Some 70-mile-per-hour winds and some hail to ping pong ball size is going to be possible as that line continues to progress eastward. It's likely going to be impacting the Wichita area here within the next hour to hour and a half or so. So after 10:30 or 11 o'clock, Wichita probably going to be getting in on that threat for some large hail and damaging winds. And again, we're going to continue to monitor that threat for even some spin-up tornadoes within this line. So you're going to need to be keeping an eye on the weather situation if you're east of this line right now, including the Wichita area. If you have a battery-powered NOAA weather radio, that's going to be the best way to keep yourself informed if you're getting ready to head off to bed right now. Most smartphones have the capability of getting tornado warnings for your area if they are issued. I wouldn't solely rely on that. If you have a way to get warnings, if you have KWCH, KAKE, or KSN, I believe they all provide mobile text alerts for severe weather. So sign up for those, have your ringer turned on, have a way to get the warnings is basically what I'm saying. Don't rely solely on tornado sirens, as those are for outdoor warning purposes only, and it's going to be very hard to hear them, especially with winds possibly this high as this line continues to move eastward. New severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Barber County and eastern Pratt County until 10:30. Severe thunderstorms along the line extending from Tiron to Atna, moving off to the east at 45 miles per hour. Some golf ball sized hail and 70 mile per hour winds going to be possible. Again, that's with the southernmost portion of this line as it continues to move off to the east. Let's come back to that, turn our attention back to that tornado warning here across McPherson County. Looks like we're still awaiting an updated radar sweep, but again, that threat's probably now going to be a little bit more into the southwestern portions of McPherson County with that possible tornado. In fact, it had been confirmed about 20 minutes ago, but we haven't had any reports since then. So likely a spin-up rope tornado that produced some power flashes there earlier in Sterling in the south central portions of Rice County, and the storm continues to push off to the north and east. We're awaiting the latest sweep of the radar data there. So as we do, let's go ahead and take a look at some of these storms in north central Kansas, around Salina, and for areas north. There are no severe thunderstorm warnings. However, across Ottawa and west central Dickinson counties, we could be looking at some small hail and some gusty winds with that storm there northeast of Salina. All this continues to push off to the north and east as well. We haven't had any severe thunderstorm warnings here within the past few hours across north central Kansas, so we are not looking at any imminent severe weather threat there, but we'll continue to keep a close eye on it, especially with that storm, as I just mentioned, across Dickinson and Ottawa counties as that continues to push off to the north and east. And again, also, we're going to continue to monitor here within the next 20 minutes or so for the possibility of a new watch to be issued for portions of central and eastern Kansas. I imagine that's being coordinated right now at the local weather service forecast offices right now at the Storm Prediction Center. So within the next 20 minutes or so, we should see exactly where that watch will extend and what locations exactly it will include. New radar sweep here with the storm across McPherson County. Again, there's no really tight area of rotation within this, which is again typically what we see with these storms when they're in a line with these spin-up tornadoes. But based on the radar picture going this way, I would say that the most likely location of that spin-up tornado, they're going to be somewhere within that region, and let me match that up with that, and that would make sense. Southwest of McPherson right now, moving off to the north and east. So McPherson, you still need to be in your tornado shelters, as well as Inman up toward Marquette and Lindsborg, Little River and Saxman. Little River, I would remain in your shelter at this point in time, as it looks like there is the very slight possibility that something else may be trying to get going there. But at this point, we're going to continue to keep an eye on it. In fact, the tornado warning actually has just been canceled for Rice County. The storms have moved out of the area, so the Weather Service out would confirm that they're kind of watching this same portion that I have highlighted there. So tornado warning canceled for Rice County, so actually Little River, based off the Weather Service text, it would be, you have the all clear, as well as Saxman right now. The threat is now transitioned here into southwestern McPherson County. Again, this storm just let's count this off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about 8 miles southwest of McPherson is where we're tracking the possibility of the most likely location for this tornado or tornadoes to spin up. And this is continuing to push northeastward. So Inman, you're in the immediate threat for this, as well as McPherson and the Elria area. Marquette and Lindsborg also within the warning, but again, McPherson, Inman, Elria, all within the immediate threat, as well as Conway. The Windham area probably should be remaining in your shelters as well at this point in time. This warning does include US 56, as well as Old US Highway 81. Let's see, that would be K61 there across southwestern McPherson County, and 14th, that may not be right, but 14th Avenue there. Yeah, that would be correct. 14th Avenue through McPherson County, stretching all the way up into the central portions of McPherson County at this point in time. So again, if you have anyone that's out and about on the roads, they might maybe not be aware of the situation. It's nighttime. Give them a call, let them know. McPherson County under a tornado warning. That does continue here for another 15 minutes or so until 10 o'clock. The tornado warning that was earlier in effect for Rice County has been canceled. So again, it's right within this region here. Let me kind of get a little bit lower there. It's somewhere within this region that we could be looking at brief spin-up tornadoes there. Nothing confirmed on the ground at this point, but well, we did have that report earlier, but that was about half an hour ago. So within the past half hour, we haven't had any new reports. So again, this is something that would be isolated, probably brief in nature, but you still need to be taking it seriously. these spin-up tornadoes have been known to cause damage, so you need to be taking the warning seriously here tonight, and go ahead and take your tornado precautions. Again, just to review, the lowest level of your home as possible, basement or your storm cellar if you have one. Those are the safest places to be. If you don't have either of those, then you need to be getting to the lowest level of your home as possible, in the center of your home, away from windows, under something sturdy, under the stairwell, under or into a bathroom or a closet. Cover yourself with blankets and pillows, and wear your shoes to your shelter. Let me erase that, and let's take a look at the statewide view once again. Let me back out on this picture here, and we'll take a look to this version of Storm View Radar. And you can see storms continuing in this line from Salina down southwestward through Hutchinson, Pratt, and northwest of Medicine Lodge right now in Barber County. We're also tracking a storm across northwestern Oklahoma that is producing some severe weather, some hail and winds across northwest Oklahoma and pushing northeastward. That could be affecting Comanche County here within the next hour or so if it keeps up with its current intensity. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that. Statewide view shows that tornado watch for the solid shaded red counties until 10 p.m. with the threat for some... Alright, actually it is, let's see... Okay, tornado watch has just been canceled for Ellsworth County, and the tornado watch will expire for Kingman, McPherson, Reno, Rice, and Saline counties at 10 o'clock. But I wouldn't be surprised to see the possibility of a new watch issued here for central Kansas here within the next 15 minutes or so. So we'll continue to monitor that. Let's go ahead and take a look at this storm now. Let me look at something here behind the scenes on this other storm here. And let's head here to the severe thunderstorm warning for Harvey, Kingman, and Reno counties. It is in effect until 10:15. The severe thunderstorm warning does continue again until 10:15. This line of storms extending from 6 miles north of Hutchinson to 8 miles east of Penalosa is moving off to the east at 35 miles per hour. This does include Hutchinson, Kingman, Nashville, Pretty Prairie, Buhler, Zenda, Haven, Burton, the Hutchinson Airport, the Kingman Airport, Yoder, Willowdale, Cleveland, and Spivey. Those are all towns that are within this severe thunderstorm warning here as that continues to push off to the east. Again, some 70-mile-per-hour winds and hail to ping-pong ball size are possible as that line continues to move eastward. And we are monitoring again for some slight rotation within this line. The Weather Service saying that they are monitoring that as well. But at this point, not strong enough to have any tornado warning issued. But that again, that's something that you need to keep an eye on if you're east of this line. South central Kansas, including the Wichita metro area, this line is going to continue to push eastward through the next several hours, probably reaching Wichita within the next hour to hour and a half or so, as I continue to mention. The main threats are going to be some very gusty winds, 70 to 80 miles per hour, hail perhaps up to tennis ball size. But these isolated spin-up tornadoes could continue here through the next several hours, so that's something you need to keep an eye on. You have a way to get warnings here tonight. Battery-powered no weather radio going to be your best bet, as well as having mobile severe weather alerts, text alerts on your cell phone. Going to be another good way to go there, and having your ringer turned on if you're getting ready to head to bed right now, because these storms are going to continue to march eastward. They're going to continue to produce severe weather, and you may not be under a watch yet, but again, we're likely going to be seeing a new watch coming out here within the next 15 minutes or so. We'll continue to keep an eye on that and see what the Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center decide to do with that. Let's come back to McPherson County right now, where we continue to track the severe thunderstorm with a tornado warning. Tornado warning remains in effect here for McPherson County. That goes until 10 p.m. Let's take a look. Just got in a new sweep of the radar. And again, it looks like the rotation may be increasing once again here, as I continue to say. It's sort of off and on here with these spin-up tornadoes, but the most likely location with this possible tornado here is going to be somewhere within this region, just northwest of Inman, continuing to push off to the north and east. So McPherson, you're still under this tornado warning. You still need to be remaining in your shelter at this point. this possible tornado threat is getting even closer to you, and you need to be keeping an eye on it carefully. You need to be in your tornado shelters at this point. Conway, you're also in the immediate impact zone. McPherson, El Ria, Inman, I'd be in your tornado shelters as well. Marquette and Lindsborg, you are in this tornado warning. However, the threat is well off to your south at this point. If I look at anything up in there, there's no signs of rotation at this point in time, but we'll continue to keep a close eye on it. Let's go ahead now and a new update on this tornado warning. It is continuing for McPherson County until 10 p.m. The tornado warning does continue. It remains in effect for western McPherson County, with the possible tornado 5 miles southwest of McPherson, moving to the east-northeast at 40 miles per hour. So McPherson, again, you need to remain in your tornado shelters at this time. Let me get an even closer view here and kind of dissect this. You can actually see that sort of notch right in there. We got the warm, moist inflow coming to this storm, and then the cooler outflow from this storm, producing that rotation right within that region, it looks like. Let me match that up with this here, and that does sort of make sense based on that. I'm going to kind of draw that a little bit more broad, and I'd say somewhere within that region is where we're looking at the most likely location of that possible tornado now on the ground, or excuse me, the possible tornado has not been confirmed on the ground for over the past half hour or so. When it was confirmed, it was further west into Rice County, where we had some reports of some power flashes, but over the past half hour, we haven't had any reports of tornado touchdowns. But again, excuse me there, let me get a... But as we do continue with this line, continue to move eastward, it's going to be some spin-up tornadoes possible as this continues to move eastward. Again, it's not going to be something that's going to be strong track or long-lived, but brief periods of isolated tornadoes within this line as it continues to move off to the east. Another threat is going to be some very large hail with this storm as it continues to push off to the north and east up to some golf ball size hail, most likely currently falling from around Conway, and that will continue to move eastward. But again, McPherson, you need to be in shelter at this point in time. I'd say the most likely area of this tornado, let me go ahead and get some street names on this here for you. That's going to be on Frontier Road, south of Frontier Road, let's see here, north of Comanche Road, and west of County Road 1065. Maybe see if there's something a little bit more recognizable there. West of 12th Avenue, continuing to push off to the north and east. Going to be affecting McPherson here within the next few moments. So McPherson, again, you need to remain in your tornado shelters. This is a tornado warning that does continue until 10 p.m. We'll see. We've got about another 7 or 8 minutes left to go on this, and we'll see what the Weather Service will decide to do after that. But as we put that into motion, you can see it is continuing to push off to the north and east toward the town of McPherson. So Conway, McPherson, the El Ria area, you all need to be in your tornado shelters at this point in time as this area of rotation does continue to move toward you. But again, within the past half hour, no reports of any confirmed tornado ground with this storm. Let's take a statewide view once more and show you what's happening. We continue to track this long line of storms here. What time is it? 9:55. When was that? I'm seeing a funnel cloud report in here. I don't know if I caught that earlier. That might have been quite a bit earlier. But again, let's head back here and we'll show you the statewide view and show you what's going on. Line of storms continues through central Kansas. The northernmost portion of this line has a tornado warning. And then we do have some severe thunderstorm warnings further south here, including Hutchinson, Kingman, back toward Pratt. This line of storms continue to push east. We're going to be capable of some 70-mile-per-hour winds and some hail. Now, we are continuing to monitor this tornado watch for the solid shaded counties in red. That goes until 10 p.m. We're going to have to monitor this here carefully and see if the Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center will issue a new watch here after 10 p.m. But in fact, the Weather Service in Dodge City just saying that the tornado watch has been canceled for Clark, Edwards, Ellis, Ford, Hodgman, Meade, Pawnee, and Rush counties, and it will expire at 10 p.m. for Barber, Comanche, Kiowa, Pratt, and Stafford counties. So let me check here on Twitter and see if they're saying anything about the possibility of a new watch here for South Central Kansas. There is a possibility that this threat may be over such a small area that they may not issue a watch. However, that's something that we're just going to have to continue to keep an eye on. In fact, there it is, just popping up there. Severe thunderstorm watch has just been issued for Atchison, Brown, Butler, Chase, Clay, Cowley, Dickinson, Donovan, Geary, Greenwood, Harper, Harvey, Jackson, Jefferson, Kingman, Lyon, McPherson, Marion, Marshall, Morris, Nemaha, Osage, Pottawatomie, Reno, Riley, Saline, Sedgwick, Shawnee, Sumner, and Waubonsee counties until 4 a.m. Central Time Monday. So again, new severe thunderstorm watch has just been issued for much of central and eastern Kansas due to this line that is continuing to move eastward. So let's go ahead and we'll probably see that popping up here on the radar momentarily. So again, let's go ahead and head back for the time being on this storm that's affecting McPherson County. Rotation is continuing to remain there just southwest of the town of McPherson. Right now, you need to be in your tornado shelter still in McPherson. Let's take a look here. We got that, again, as I mentioned, warm, moist inflow coming into this storm. We have the rotation. Most likely area of this tornado there going to be just a few miles to the south and west of McPherson. It is moving toward McPherson. So in McPherson, you need to be in your shelter still. Elrea, you need to be in your tornado shelters as well. You're probably going to be getting in on some very large hail as well as some damaging winds as we continue to track this storm. As it continues to move off to the north and east, you may be getting that before this possibility of this tornado. So again, McPherson, the town of McPherson, Elrea need to be in shelter, as well as the rural portions there of the central portions of McPherson County. So let's go ahead and back out the view here, and that is our only tornado-warned storm at this point in time. Now let's back out here. That tornado warning does go until 10 p.m., so another 4 minutes left to go on that. We'll see if they issue a new tornado warning or just go with a severe thunderstorm watch here momentarily. Still waiting for the counties to pop up there on the radar for that new watch that has been issued. But again, as you heard me mention earlier, the new counties that are under that severe thunderstorm watch still don't have any probabilities or discussion on that watch at this point. As I mentioned, it was just issued a few moments ago. So we'll continue to let that information filter in, and I'll pass that along to you as we get it in. But again, tornado warning does remain in effect for the central portions of McPherson County for another couple of minutes. It expires at...
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning.
Alright, tornado warning just issued for McPherson County. Confirmed tornado now once again. So again, this is a dangerous situation now for McPherson. A tornado has been confirmed on the ground once again. Confirmed tornado located near McPherson, moving to the northeast at 30 miles per hour. This warning does replace the previous warning that was in place. So new tornado warning now. Let's back out the view. We're going to get that new polygon popping up here momentarily. But again, a new tornado warning has been issued for McPherson County. It goes here until, let's see here, 10:30. A confirmed tornado located near McPherson, moving to the northeast at 30 miles per hour. This is going to be near the Galva area by 10:15. Canton around 10:25. This warning includes I-135 between mile markers 44 and 69. So again, tornado is on the ground. You need to be heading to your tornado shelters. This warning is now this easternmost polygon. Let me back out here just a little bit and show you the polygon in full. And it does include Inman still, Elrea still in this threat zone as well, McPherson, Mound Ridge now included within this warning, the Galva, Canton and Roxbury areas, all within this tornado warning now that has been issued. Emergency management has confirmed this tornado as it continues to push off the east-northeast. So McPherson, I urge you to remain in your tornado shelters. Elrea as well. The storm is now confirmed, tornado confirmed on the ground once again. So again, if you're in the town of McPherson, Elrea, you need to be in shelter at this point in time. A confirmed tornado is on the ground, and it is very close to McPherson and the Elrea areas at this point. You need to be keeping a very close eye on this. And again, confirmed tornado located near McPherson and moving to the northeast at 30 miles per hour. Let me go ahead and back out on this once more, and still don't have our counties showing up there on the severe thunderstorm watch. That'll probably pop up here right at 10. Yep, there we go, right here at 10 o'clock. So there is the new severe thunderstorm watch in place. The tornado watch has been allowed to expire. The new severe thunderstorm watch includes much of central and northeastern Kansas. Let me see, we have our probabilities on this here. Looks like the main threats here are going to again be, as I mentioned, some large hail up to tennis ball size, as well as some damaging wind gusts to 70 miles per hour. And again, isolated, weak, brief spin-up tornado or two is not out of the question as this storm continues to move up, as this line of storms continues to push off to the east here tonight. Let me check here. I think we've had some reports possibly coming in on Twitter to us, and I don't see any specific reports at this point in time. So again, that's something we're going to continue to watch. Again, at this point, the most imminent tornado threat is across McPherson County. In fact, there's the overlaid report there, just a couple miles to the southwest of McPherson. Let me get in as close as I can here. Just a couple miles to the southwest of McPherson. Tornado was reported near the intersection of Highway 61 and Cherokee. This was by law enforcement as this continues to push off to the east. So McPherson, if this is still on the ground, it is likely on the southern portions of town as we speak. Let me go ahead and, yes, oh wow, the latest signatures there on radar would suggest that this is impacting the southernmost portions of McPherson right now. If you're in the town of McPherson, I urge you to be in your tornado shelters at this point in time. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground. This is no longer just Doppler radar indicated. This is now confirmed on the ground by law enforcement on the southern portions, or just southwest of McPherson. That was a report coming in at 9:55. Just on the, in fact, now with this radar sweep's about 4 minutes old. This tornado is likely now on the southern portions of town. So you need to be in your tornado shelters at this point. Remember, you need to get to the lowest level of your home as possible, away from windows. A basement or storm cellar is going to be the best bet in terms of taking shelter. You need to cover yourself with blankets and pillows in your shelter. If you don't have a basement or a storm cellar, you need to be getting to the lowest level of your home as possible, away from windows. The safest place to be if you don't have a basement or storm cellar is probably going to be the center of your home, in the bathroom or closet. And going to, okay, that doesn't apply here. Going to be looking, okay, so you need to be getting into the bathroom or closet. Cover yourself with blankets and pillows. Wear your shoes to your shelter. This tornado is on the ground. If it is causing damage, you need to be having your shoes. So if you, unfortunately, something does happen, you're covered once you start walking around. So let's go ahead, and we're continuing with this tornado warning here for central McPherson County. And McPherson, the area of rotation is on the southern portions of town right now. Let me go ahead and get some street names on this here for you. Based on this radar sweep, it is likely right along Iron Horse Road. Could be as far north now as the Kiowa Road, and just north of Frontier Road. It is just west of I-135. If you're on I-135 or know someone that is, they need to be in shelter at this point. It is about to cross I-135 right now, and going to be crossing east of there within the next few minutes, heading toward Galva. Galva, you need to be in shelter. El Ria, you need to continue to remain in your tornado shelters as well. And Canton, all within the immediate impact zone for this possible tornado, for this confirmed tornado, I should say, as it continues to move off to the east. So again, McPherson, I need to stress to you, if you're not in your tornado shelter at this point, you need to be getting there. And this tornado has been confirmed on the ground by law enforcement, and it does continue to move off to the east. So again, the southernmost portions of the town are likely being impacted at this point. If this is still on the ground, it's going to be an extremely close call for the larger portion of the town of McPherson. But nonetheless, you need to be in your tornado shelters in the town of McPherson. El Ria and Galva all need to be in your shelters as well at this point in time. Again, a confirmed tornado on the ground right now, continue to move off to the northeast. And we haven't had any new information coming in from the Weather Service within the past little while. But again, McPherson, you need to be in your shelter. El Ria, the Galva areas, all under the gun for this tornado as it continues to move off to the north and east right now. Again, this is a dangerous situation with confirmed reports of it by law enforcement. We had some power flashes earlier further to the south and west, and then that was reported by a storm chaser 4 miles north of Inman, and then more recently 4 miles southwest of McPherson at 9:55. Law enforcement did report that tornado near Highway 61 in Cherokee, likely a little bit farther to the north and east now, but again, a confirmed tornado still on the ground. Most likely location as of this radar sweep, which is at 9:59, puts it on the southern portions of McPherson. And now as we look at the new sweep of the radar that just came in, that's going to be along the eastern portions of McPherson or just to the east of McPherson, continuing to push off to the north and east right now. Let me put that into motion so we can kind of get a good idea as to exactly where this is heading. And Galva, it looks like you're up next. McPherson, you still definitely need to be in your shelters. With these spin-up tornadoes, it's hard exactly to tell where these storms are exactly where the tornado would be, as they can spin up anywhere within this region. But again, the most likely location now looks like it's going to be around McPherson or points just east. Galva, you're next. That's immediately under the gun, as then toward the rural portions of northeastern McPherson County here under the gun for this tornado. Tornado warning does continue until 10:30. The automated surface observation system at the airport in McPherson measured a 64-mile-per-hour wind gust at 10:02. Again, that was at the McPherson airport. Okay, we may have a picture of this tornado coming in here. Okay, we just got in a new report here of this tornado. This is a recent report at 10:05, 1 mile southeast of McPherson. Fire department and rescue reported this tornado. So again, excuse me there, 1 mile southeast of McPherson. That would match up with where we have this drawn fairly nicely. So again, McPherson, you need to remain in your shelter. It has been confirmed that the tornado has maybe impacted the southeastern portions of town. But again, this is a confirmed tornado now near McPherson, moving off to the north and east. We're going to continue to keep a close eye on this here. But again, McPherson, I urge you need to remain in your shelter at this point. This has been a confirmed tornado on the ground reported here. Let me get the latest on this here from the Weather Service. Tornado warning does remain in effect for eastern McPherson County till 10:30. At 10:04, a confirmed tornado is located near McPherson, moving to the northeast at 30 miles per hour. This is emergency management that reported this tornado, as well as some golf ball size hail also going to be possible with this storm. Tornado will be near Galva at around 10:15, so you've got another about 5 or 6 minutes at best. Canton around 10:25, so those two locations are going to be within the immediate impact zone. McPherson, I'd still remain in your tornado shelters at this point in time, though the rotation does continue to push off to your east. Let's just hope that nothing has happened there on the southeast side of town, where it looks like if anything were to have happened, that's where it would have been. That is where we are continuing to track the most imminent threat for that tornado. And this radar sweep coming in about 5 minutes ago. So again, far southeastern portions of McPherson County, or the town of McPherson, I should say, is where this tornado may have moved through if it did. And it continues to move off to the north and east. We'll continue to keep a close eye on it. McPherson, and particularly the Galva, Canton areas, need to be in your tornado shelters. It's going to be most immediate threat for your location. Let's take a statewide view and show you what's happening. This line of storms continues to push its way eastward through south central Kansas tonight. Let's take a look at some of these severe thunderstorm warnings while we have a chance here really quickly. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 10:15. Line of storms moving to the east at 35 miles per hour, going to be capable of some 70 mile per hour winds and some ping pong ball sized hail. That includes Hutchinson and Kingman. You're likely getting in on this right now. Probably going to be affecting the Wichita area here within the next hour or so. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Wichita Metro, do be prepared for that here as we continue on into the next hour or so. Severe thunderstorm warning a bit further to the southwest on this line. That is for northeastern Barber and eastern Pratt counties until 10:30. That line of storms moving to the east is going to be capable of some 60 mile per hour winds and some quarter-sized hail on the southernmost portion of the line. That storm they were tracking earlier across northwest Oklahoma, moving into southwest Kansas, has weakened. No severe thunderstorm warning on it. However, it could be producing some small hail as it moves on into portions of Comanche and Barber County. But we'll continue to keep a close eye on it. North central Kansas, north of this tornado warning storm, on up towards Salina, and the portions of north central Kansas. That is where we're tracking a few showers and isolated storms, particularly here just west of Manhattan. That's where we could be looking at some small hail and gusty winds as that cell continues to push off to the north and east. New severe thunderstorm watch for the county shaded in solid yellow. That goes until 4 a.m. with the threat continuing for some hail up to tennis ball size, damaging winds to 70 miles per hour, and isolated tornado or two also still going to remain a possibility. Let's take a look here right now and take a look at the latest sweep on the radar. The good news based on this picture, it looks like the rotation has weakened considerably as this continues to push off to the east toward Galva. That doesn't mean the threat is over. Again, as I've continued to mention, usually with these spin-up tornadoes, it's off and on, so we can have the tornado for a brief period of time before it lifts, and then 15 minutes later, we may be looking at the threat again. So that's what we need to keep in mind here. It's going to be hard to tell, first off, because it's nighttime. Any chasers that we do have out in the field, storm spotters reporting for us, it's going to be hard for them to see it. They're basically relying on lightning flashes, and they are trained spotters. So don't try and go out and see this for yourself. Take the warning seriously. Take our word seriously. Take the Weather Service's word seriously, who is issuing these warnings. And do take your tornado precautions if you're under a tornado warning. Let's kind of take a look at where we had some of these reports of this tornado a little bit earlier. If you can see these icons here, that was the first report with those power flashes north of Inman. Then we had the report there southwest of McPherson near Highway 61 in Cherokee. And the most recent report was 1 mile southeast of downtown McPherson. Fire Department Rescue reporting that at 10:05. And if we take a look at that, based on where that report is, that could have been affecting the far southeastern portions of town. So we haven't had any damage reports, so we're going to continue to keep an eye to our chat rooms and social media for the latest on that situation. But again, tornado warning does remain in effect for McPherson County till 10:30, although the latest sweep of the radar does suggest that the rotation is weakened. However, that doesn't mean, again, the tornado threat is over. We can still be looking at some of these spin-up tornadoes here intermittently across the eastern portions of McPherson County, but it does look like if there were to be a spin-up tornado, it looks like the threat now is going to be mainly east of I-135, heading toward Galva most immediately, and then Canton, and then maybe perhaps later up toward the Roxbury area and northeastern portions of McPherson County. But that's the latest information that we have on that. Okay, weather radio is going to go off here, so let me stand up and get that. We just had a report, too, of that tornado in McPherson County. Got cords everywhere. There we go. Okay, we have the new severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued for western Harvey County, Kingman County, southwestern McPherson County, Reno County, and southeastern Rice County until 11 o'clock. Let's go ahead and back out the view since that rotation is weakened in McPherson County and take a look at these storms here moving through south central Kansas on the high-resolution version of Storm View radar. Again, the new severe thunderstorm warning issued for those counties I just mentioned. Some 70-mile-per-hour winds and ping-pong ball-sized hail are going to be possible with that storm with the line of storms as it continues to move off to the east right now. Again, 70-mile-per-hour winds, ping-pong ball-sized hail. Immediately, it looks like it's affecting Kingman right now. Let me kind of draw this up for you and show you where we're expecting these damaging winds right now. Right where you see the change over to some bright greens, that's where we're looking at the most likely location of these damaging straight line winds as they continue to push off to the east, pretty much due east right now. So Hutchinson, you're in the immediate impact zone, as well as Kingman, down towards Zenda, and then further east here within the next little while for Haven, Cheney, and Norwich. And if they do continue at their current strength, probably going to be affecting the Wichita metro area here within the next hour, 45 minutes to an hour. So we're going to keep an eye on that, as well as the threat for some large hail, perhaps up to quarter size to ping pong ball size. So again, that line of storm continues to push off to the east. We'll continue to keep a close eye on it as it does. Again, you need to have a way to get warnings here if you're getting ready to head off to bed. As we can clearly see in McPherson County, isolated brief spin-up tornadoes are a possibility, so you need to be having a way to get the latest information here as we continue on here into the overnight hours. So let's go ahead and take a look here now at some of the reports. The Weather Channel saying that the tornado just crossed I-135 a few minutes ago in McPherson County, and that storm continues to move off to the north and the east. But again, we haven't had any other confirmed reports within the past few moments. And let me take a look at the latest sweep of the radar, and it does look like that there is no longer really any sort of rotation within this storm. But again, as I mentioned, these sort of spin-up tornadoes are intermittent. I'm not going to be looking at immediate threat right now, but that means in a few minutes, there is a possibility that rotation does come back. So tornado warning is going to continue for that reason here until 10:30. We'll see if the Weather Service will cancel that early or if they will just allow it to expire. We'll just have to keep an eye on that. But for the time being, with that said, these isolated spin-up tornadoes can come fairly rapidly. So Galva, Canton, Roxbury, northeastern sections of McPherson County, you do need to remain in your tornado shelters at this point. The town of McPherson, it does look like you're in the all clear. If there were to be more spin-ups, they'd be off to your east, a few miles east of I-135. Getting some reports right now of some light rain in Hutchinson, winds estimated 20 to 30 miles per hour. So again, as we mentioned, storms working their way eastward, so maybe not quite that damaging winds, not quite to Hutchinson just yet, but going to be doing so here fairly quickly. But again, the Sedgwick County area and Wichita, not currently under any sort of warning, but again, as I mentioned here, The warning to the west of us continues until 11 p.m. So I wouldn't be surprised to see here within the next, say, half hour, or excuse me, within the next 45 minutes to hour, that we see storms begin to knock on Wichita's doorstep. So that's something we'll continue to keep an eye on here as we continue on through the next couple of hours. In fact, getting several reports that on the west side of Hutch, no winds aren't too gusty yet. In fact, they've actually calmed down before this line moves through. But that actually looks like that makes sense. The strongest winds with this storm actually look like they're going to be along and south of Arlington, down toward Kingman and Zenda, and around the Medicine Lodge area. It actually looks like we're looking at the greatest threat for some damaging winds potential as it continues to move off to the east. So again, right now I'm continuing to watch social media as well for any reports. I haven't had anything with the tornado in McPherson County, and not a whole lot as far as the straight line wind threat goes across portions of central Kansas, so or with this line of storms as they continue to move across central Kansas. So let's go ahead and continue to track things. Let's move back here to McPherson County right now, where we do continue to track this tornado warning that is in effect. Again, tornado warning does remain in effect here until 10:30 for the central portions of McPherson County. We're tracking this storm, though it does look like the rotation has decreased considerably here within the past little while. We are still monitoring the threat for some of those spin-up tornadoes, and as I mentioned, again, spin-up tornadoes, they can spin up for a few minutes and then they can go away, and then we could see rotation come back once again here. So that's why the tornado warning is going to continue through 10:30 p.m. for McPherson County. At this point, we have not had any other confirmed reports here within the past 20 minutes or so. The latest report was on the southeastern side of McPherson County. In fact, actually just getting a new report coming in. That was at 10:07. Trained spotters via KSN reported that the tornado passed I-135 exit in McPherson, the town of McPherson. So that report again coming to us from KSN. Again, we do continue to track the severe weather all through central Kansas this evening. In fact, let's back out and show you this line of storms continuing to move eastward. We're going to continue to track the threat mainly for some damaging winds as this line of storm continues to push eastward. Also going to be looking at the threat for some very large hail, and isolated weak brief spin-up tornadoes are also a possibility as it continues to push off to the east. Farther north across areas west of Dickinson, or excuse me, areas west of Manhattan across, let's see, that would be Dickinson on up toward Clay County. We're tracking a strong storm southwest of Clay Center. Northwest of Abilene could be getting out some cloud-to-ground lightning and some small hail, perhaps some gusty winds 50 to 55 miles per hour. But at this point, no severe thunderstorm warning on that. Also tracking, it looks like some new showers and storms from Smith County, further to the east around Jewell County, north of Smith Center and northwest of Mankato. Not a whole lot of lightning with these, just some good, well-needed moderate to heavy rainfall. And this is severe weather coverage, but we're also tracking some snow across eastern Colorado, getting ready to push into northwest Kansas. We could get a couple of inches of accumulation on grassy surfaces and trees across northwest Kansas. But again, severe threat continuing for central Kansas, and the counties shaded in solid yellow, those are under a severe thunderstorm watch that goes until 4 a.m. So the threat for some severe weather with the threat for some hail at the tennis ball size, damaging winds to 70 miles per hour, and again, an isolated tornado or two is going to continue here across central Kansas for the next several hours. It does include areas like Wichita, Salina, Emporia, Topeka, and west of the Kansas City metro area at this point in time. But again, let's head back to McPherson County right now, and looks like that the rotation has decreased considerably right now at this point. Not really looking at anything too pronounced at this point. In fact, the latest sweeps of the radar show this. It looks like it's probably going to be transitioning more now to a damaging wind and hail threat with this storm. If that, it looks like the storm overall may be weakening as it moves to the northeast towards Roxbury. But again, as I've mentioned, the spin-up tornadoes can be off and on, so we're going to continue with the tornado warning until 10:30, mainly for the northeastern portions now. If there were to be a spin-up tornado, is where it would be from Galva to Canton, mainly north here of, that's the wrong thing, mainly north of US 56, north of Galva and Canton, as that continues to push off to the north and east. Looks like, again, the main threat now going to be for some large hail and damaging winds. But again, we'll continue with the tornado warning for another few minutes, so stay hunkered down in Roxbury, Galva, and the Canton areas. McPherson, Elrea, Mound Ridge, I'd say it's safe to come out of your shelters at this point in time. Again, the imminent threat's going to be across northeastern portions of McPherson County if there were to be a spin-up tornado. But again, as I've continued to mention, if you've been tuning in, you've seen that the rotation has markedly decreased here across northeastern McPherson County. But again, we did have earlier reports of some tornadoes possibly touching down here. In fact, KSN reported that the tornado passed the I-135 exit in McPherson, so far southeastern portions of McPherson County may have just been impacted by this tornado. Let's go ahead and take a look here. In fact, the tornado warning is likely going to be allowed to expire because a new severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued for this storm. Has been issued for McPherson County, northern Marion, and southeastern Saline counties until 11:15. Severe thunderstorm 5 miles south of Roxbury, moving off to the north and east at 40 miles per hour. It's going to be capable of some hail to ping pong ball size and damaging winds to 70 miles per hour. This warning will include mile markers 44 to 76 on I-135. So again, that warning should be popping up there momentarily. You can see it there on that version. There we go. But you can see this is going to be for this cluster storms that continues to push off to the north and east. So again, the tornado warning for McPherson County will be allowed to expire at 10:30. The rotation has weakened considerably, as we've continued to mention, and it does look like the threat has now transitioned more to some damaging winds and a hail threat with that storm as it moves off to the north and east. Since that is weakening now, let's hit on these severe thunderstorm warnings further to the south and west. The far southwestern portion of this line, a severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 10:30 for northeastern Barber and eastern Pratt counties. 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail possible with that storm. That's getting ready to move more into Kingman County, where we do have a severe thunderstorm warning as well. Western Harvey, Kingman County, southwestern McPherson, and Reno County, as well as southeastern Rice County, in effect under a severe thunderstorm warning until 11. This threat's going to be for some 70-mile-per-hour winds and some ping-pong ball-sized hail as this line of storms continues to push off to the east. And let's kind of highlight where the best damaging wind risk is going to be. And based on the radar, it appears at this point it's going to be just east of Zenda through Kingman and the far southern portions of Reno County. And if we put that into motion for you, you can see that is moving due eastward. So if it continues at its current strength, that's likely going to be impacting Norwich and Cheney within the next half hour or so, and then later possibly the Wichita metro area within the next 45 minutes. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Wichita Metro could be getting in on some severe weather here within the 11 o'clock hour. So we're going to keep an eye on that carefully. Let's head a little bit farther north. Let me erase that, and we'll take a look at some of these other warnings that are in effect a bit further north. Again, that new severe thunderstorm warning that we mentioned has been issued here for McPherson County and further northeast as well, to include northern Marion and southeastern Saline counties until 11:15. Severe thunderstorm moving to the northeast at 40 miles per hour is going to be capable of some 70-mile-per-hour winds and ping-pong ball-sized hail. And that severe thunderstorm warning does replace the previous tornado warning that was in effect. So again, the tornado threat has diminished with that storm across McPherson County, which is good news. Does sound like we did have some brief touchdowns possibly within the town of McPherson. Haven't had any reports of any damage at this point in time, but In fact, as I'm actually just looking, Wichita Eagle, Kansas.com has a picture of this tornado. Those look like it was decently sized. It was a little bit more than a rope tornado. Let me see if I can get that on here real quick. You can head on over to our Twitter at SiriusWX for that, as well as on our Facebook page. I'll be posting that here once we take a quick break from continuous coverage since the tornado threat has diminished. So again, storms continue through central Kansas. In fact, as we'll take one last look at the statewide radar picture, storms continue in that cluster through central Kansas, moving eastward. The main threats are going to be for some damaging winds to 70 miles per hour, as well as some very large hail, perhaps up to tennis ball size. And again, we can't rule out the possibility of some spin-up tornadoes within this line as it continues to move off to the east. So you're going to need to be keeping an eye on the weather situation, have a way to get the warnings overnight tonight. Best way to get that is by a battery-powered no-weather radio. And if you have, sign up for some mobile text alerts from KAKE, KSN, KBCH, I believe they all provide that. Turn your ringer on, sign up for tornado warning alerts for your county, and get the latest information that way. And then a severe thunderstorm watch is in effect for the solid yellow shaded counties. That goes until 4 a.m. Central Time due to the threat for some of that large hail and damaging winds, as well as that isolated tornado risk. So tornado threat has, we don't have any active tornado warnings in effect, so we're going to take a break from continuous coverage. You can continue to get live looping radar here through the overnight hours, and we'll have some periodic updates here in the short term on this severe weather situation. You're watching live streaming severe weather coverage on SiriusWX.net. I'm lead forecaster Peyton Sanders. Will continue to keep you updated on the latest severe weather situation. Good evening, everyone. Lead forecaster Peyton Sanders here in the Cirrus Weather Lab. Continue to track severe storms through central Kansas. They formed into a line and they're continuing to push eastward. Let's see our picture here up to the current time. You can continue to see that line of storms stretching. Let's see. Okay, let me grab the weather radio here. Just got a new warning. Weather radio is going to be sounding here in just a moment. So, new severe thunderstorm warning being issued. As you take a look at the radar, you can see these line of storms continuing to move off to the east. Main threat now is going to be for some damaging winds, some hail, maybe an isolated weak brief tornado, but that's looking less probable across south central Kansas as these storms are becoming a lot more outflow dominant, as we'll take a look here in just a moment. Alright, I was able to avoid that one. So let's go ahead and take a look now at the latest warning. It does include all of Sedgwick County. Let's go ahead and get the latest from the National Weather Service. A severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued here as we broke in for southeastern Harvey County and all of Sedgwick County in south central Kansas until 11:45. Severe thunderstorms along the line extending from Burton to 8 miles west of Andale to 7 miles west of Cheney to 9 miles west of Norwich, moving off to the east at 35 miles per hour. Going to be capable of winds to 70 miles per hour and ping-pong ball-sized hail. Let's get a closer look at these storms as they're moving here through south central Kansas. Let's take a look here. The line is actually itself still through Reno and Kingman counties, but you can sort of see here, this is the outflow winds coming out from this storm. As we take a look at it, we're looking at two concentrated areas. Here's the initial leading line of damaging winds from around Haven down toward the Cheney area, but we're looking at two more enhanced areas of damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. One is around Kingman and one is to the east of Pretty Prairie, to the west of Haven. And as we put this into motion for you, you can see it's all moving eastward here this evening. So Wichita Metro, again, within the next hour, you're going to begin to be impacted by this storm as it continues to move eastward. We're also going to be looking at the threat for some hail, particularly across the southernmost section of this storm across Kingman County at this point. That will continue to move eastward. We have had some reports of some hail. The latest report in Kingman was of some ping pong ball sized hail. In fact, another report just coming in here of some ping pong ball sized hail in Kingman County, 4 miles west northwest of Cleveland. So all of this continuing to push off to the east, and it will be getting to impact the Wichita metro area here within the next hour or so. And then further west of that, for the same line of storms, a severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for western Harvey, Kingman, southwestern McPherson, and Reno counties until 11. 70-mile-per-hour winds and ping-pong ball-sized hail going to continue as that line continues to progress eastward toward Harvey and Sedgwick counties here within the next little while. Let's head a little bit further north now and talk about some of these storms. They aren't. Let's just take a look at the warnings here. Severe thunderstorm warning for McPherson County, northern Marion, and southeastern Saline counties till 11:15. Severe thunderstorm continuing to move off to the east at northeast at 40 miles per hour is going to be capable of some 70-mile-per-hour winds and some ping-pong ball-sized hail. Again, that's affecting McPherson, central McPherson County, and continues to move off to the north and east. And then that same storm is actually continuing to push off to the north and east and has prompted a new severe thunderstorm warning here farther to the north and east. This is for Dickinson County, southwestern Geary, and northwestern Morris counties until 11:30. 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail going to be possible with that storm as it continues to push off to the north and east. So the most significant storm at this point is across south central Kansas around the Hutchinson and Kingman areas, moving eastward. Going to be affecting the Wichita metro area here within the next little while. We actually did have a report of some tennis ball size hail southwest of Kingman, 2 miles northeast of Willowdale. So nonetheless, some very large hail. In fact, let's take a look at what our radar is estimating the maximum hail size going to be at, and that's saying right around 2-inch hail, so around hen egg or lime size, maybe up to tennis ball size hail with that storm as it continues to push eastward. So with this line, the main hail threat at this point in time will be across Kingman County pushing eastward. If that does continue with its current intensity, that would affect Cheney here within the next little while, and potentially the western and southwestern portions of the Wichita metro area. And then again, we're continuing to track that line for some enhanced damaging winds. In fact, let me kind of take a look here. That's radar suggesting winds now could be gusting up to 75 miles per hour around the city of Kingman. So again, this is an enhanced line of damaging winds that's continuing to move eastward. Let me draw it on here for you. The leading line stretching from Haven down toward Cheney now, and that's going to again continue to move due eastward toward the Sedgwick County area, western Sedgwick County, and going to be affecting the Wichita metro area between now and 11:45 or so. And we're looking at two more pockets of enhanced damaging winds. One is around Kingman at this point, and the other southwest of Haven and southeastern Reno County. This will be affecting the northwestern portions of Sedgwick County here shortly, and we're going to continue to monitor that as it continues to move eastward with a threat for some of those very damaging winds, or very gusty damaging winds, and some of that threat for hail, perhaps up to tennis ball size. So a dangerous storm getting ready to move through the Wichita area. Good news is at this point it doesn't look like there's any tornado threat as the storm moves through. Again, as I was mentioning here at the top of the break-in, it does look like these storms are becoming a lot more outflow dominant. You can see where I have that line drawn. And where the core of the storms are, you can see how it's getting a little bit farther out ahead of these storms. So that's what we're calling outflow dominant, and that prevents sort of that inflow coming into these storms to help produce tornadoes. So it does look like the threat is transitioning here across south central Kansas to more of some damaging winds and some hail. Same story there, probably there into portions of north central Kansas. We'll continue to monitor it. You can see the county shaded in solid yellow. That's a severe thunderstorm watch that goes until 4 a.m. The threat is going to continue for hail up to tennis ball size, some damaging winds 70 to 80 miles per hour, and an isolated weak brief tornado possible here early on within the next hour or two, but it really looks like that threat has sort of diminished here. And it looks like, again, our main threat's going to become more for some damaging winds and some hail. So keep it right here on SiriusWX.net. We'll continue to track these storms as they push eastward through central Kansas. You're watching live coverage on SiriusWX.net. continue to track storms across south central Kansas this evening. There are only 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, including the Hutchinson and Wichita areas right now. Let's take a look at these storms in a little bit more detail right now. The strongest part of this storm is actually across northwestern Sedgwick County at this point in time. As we take a look at the maximum hail size, our radar estimating that could be at right around 2 inches. So some hen egg to lime size hail is going to be possible with this storm. We've had several reports come in of estimated ping pong ball sized hail, and now more recently, earlier some $half size hail. Now more recently, a ping pong ball size hail report. The $half size hail report came in a few minutes ago, southwest of Andale. That was at 11:19, and at 11:25 in Mount Hope, train spotters reported some hail up to ping pong ball size, as well as some 59-mile-per-hour winds. So we're keeping an eye on that, and the Weather Service is keeping an eye on this carefully across the far northwestern portions of the county for some possible slight rotation within that storm north of Andale, southeast of Mount Hope. It doesn't look like anything too significant at this point, but as we've continued to mention through this afternoon and into tonight, this line of storm is still going to be capable of producing an isolated weak, brief spin-up tornado, but at this point it doesn't appear too significant. We'll just continue to keep a very close eye on it as this cell continues to push off to the north and east. As far as the Wichita metro area goes, let's take a look at the winds within this storm right now, and you can see that the leading line is currently across the far western portions of the city limits. In fact, probably just now entering the city limits of Wichita right now. In fact, probably about to move in here toward the Weather Lab area, and then the northwestern portions of Sedgwick County around Andale, St. Marks, and up toward Mount Hope. Probably seeing where you see the brightest shades of green. That's where we're seeing the strongest winds. Again, this continues to push off to the east and northeast right now. There we go, kind of let it smooth out there, and you can see that's going to be affecting mainly the northwestern portions of Sedgwick County and perhaps the far northwestern reaches of the city of Wichita. More likely, though, going to be affecting the St. Marks, Colwich, and Mays area, as well as Andale on up toward Bentley and Mount Hope, and perhaps up there toward Valley Center if it continues at its current intensity here over the next little while. But again, main threat there, some large hail damaging winds across the northwestern portions of Sedgwick County, where a severe thunderstorm warning does continue. Further west, a severe thunderstorm warning for the western portions of Harvey County through southeastern Reno County and northern Kingman County. We're tracking a threat for perhaps some small hail up to around a half-inch diameter, so a little less than penny size, perhaps some dime size hail there. And we're going to be looking at the threat as well, perhaps some gusty winds up to 50 to 60 miles per hour. However, that storm doesn't look quite as strong as the one does across northwestern Sedgwick County, about to move into Harvey County. Further northward, let's actually take a look at this view, storm view radar. You can actually see that we're looking at a little bit more development of some isolated showers and storms across central Kansas, where we're just going to have to keep a close eye on those. Don't know if those will go severe or not, but we'll keep an eye on it. The main threat, of course, is here currently across central Kansas and the Wichita metro area, with that threat for some large hail and damaging winds. Counties shaded in solid yellow continue with a severe thunderstorm watch that goes until 4 a.m., so another 4 hours or so, with this small line moving eastward, continuing with the threat for some large hail and damaging winds. Keep it right here on Sirius WXO Net. We'll continue with live looping radar and periodic updates as needed. Good evening, everyone. We continue to track some severe weather across south central Kansas this evening. We do have only one severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect. It is just north of the Wichita area, and it goes until 12:30 a.m. Severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Butler County, Harvey County, southern Marion County, and northern Sedgwick counties. Again, continues till 12:30. Some 70-mile-per-hour winds and ping-pong ball-sized hail going to be possible with that storm as it pushes off to the north and east. Let's take a little closer look at it. Here you can see it looks like it has actually missed out on the Wichita metro area. It has pushed off just to the north. I know here the northwestern portions of the town, of the city, we got in just on some moderate to heavy rainfall for some brief periods of time. But as we take a look at this storm, it's continuing to track off to the north and east right now. Take a look at this sort of the winds within this storm, and they really aren't too impressive at this point. Maybe the greatest threat for some damaging winds just west of Whitewater across the southeastern portions of Harvey County as this storm continues to move off to the north and east, but certainly looks like from what we were looking at earlier as this storm was coming out of Kingman and Reno counties, it has certainly weakened, and as it continues to push off to the northeast. Let's take a look at the hail within this storm. Radar are going to be estimating this hail, maximum hail size at around 1.5 inches or so, so up to ping pong ball size hail, and winds I wouldn't say up to 70 miles per hour, perhaps up to 60 miles per hour if that, but it looks like our main threat right now looks to be some hail, again up to around ping pong ball size, maybe some gusty winds 50 to 60 miles per hour as that storm continues to push off to the north and the east. It did show some signs of some weak rotation across the northwestern portions of Sedgwick County earlier, and as it moved into the south central portion of Harvey County, there was some perhaps brief, unconfirmed reports of a brief touchdown in northwestern Sedgwick County, but it's nighttime, it's hard to see these, and that may have been more of a result of some of those damaging wind gusts. So again, that's not really the biggest threat that we're tracking here tonight. The main threat with this storm is going to be some large hail and damaging winds. Not really concerned with the tornado threat for this storm at this point in time. Again, as it looks like the winds within the storm overall have continued to weaken. Further to the west from Hutchinson down south to Pretty Prairie and into Kingman, we're tracking a strong storm, not really producing a whole lot of hail, maybe up to around pea size or so. Again, if that, as the main threat going to be here, some moderate to heavy rainfall as this continues to push off to the northeast, affecting the southeastern portions of Reno County through central Kingman County. And further north in north central Kansas, we're tracking some more storms, a strong storm from Hope down toward Lincolnville, southeast of Abilene, maybe some small hail and gusty winds with that, otherwise just some moderate to heavy rain and perhaps some lightning and some more showers and storms through north central Kansas from Minneapolis, south of Lincoln, and north of Ellsworth. Not really a lot of strong or severe activity with those storms either. Statewide view shows that cluster of storms continuing to push eastward through south central Kansas, with some of those more storms across portions of north central Kansas, and a severe thunderstorm watch remains in effect until 4 a.m. for the county shaded in solid yellow. So the severe threat going to be continuing here across the watch area, more so now on an isolated basis as we continue on into the overnight hours. So this is our last live update on the storms for the night. Thank you for tuning in to live coverage. We'll continue to keep the live streaming looping radar up here through the night if you want to keep an eye on the storms. We can also check out our automated alerts pages. Head on over to our main page, at facebook.com/SiriusWeather for the latest and automated alerts for the entire state on our Twitter feed at SiriusWX. So thanks for tuning in to live coverage right here on SiriusWX.net. Have a good night, stay safe, stay weather aware.